Hey dreamers, imagine relaxing in bed as it rains outside as you prepare to embrace the transformative power of sleep. You can take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and close your eyes. And as you drift deeply and soundly asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift deeper asleep to the sound of my voice or to the spaces between my words. But each time you listen to these stories, people say they become like an old friend. You just find yourself drifting asleep quicker and easier and sleeping comfortably through the night. And with your eyes closed, you don't have to pay any attention to the way your body is preparing for sleep, the way you're beginning to relax as a mind and body, the way you seem to almost be breathing in peace and calm and breathing out any stress and tension. You can just focus on absorbing yourself into the story, like tuning in to an area of stillness in your mind. And you can always keep in mind that when you hear me telling these stories, then you can let go of wakefulness and drift into the most pleasant sleep. And you can imagine a calming light flowing through you as you begin to enter the first stage of sleep, allowing that stillness to set in and the muscles to relax, like enjoying the ever-present comfort of your bed lulling you gently asleep. So as you listen to me and drift asleep, you may find yourself falling asleep before you realize, or realizing you're falling asleep and trying to stay awake for a moment. And that's okay. You can let go, relax, and just enjoy the process of drifting asleep into slumberland. And in the heart of a world not quite like our own, there was a forest as ancient as time itself. It was known as the Whispering Woods, a place where every leaf, every stone, and every gentle breeze seemed to speak of old magic and untold stories. In these woods, our tale begins with Eldrick, the kind-hearted explorer with a heart full of wonder and eyes filled with the thirst for discovery. As Eldrick stepped into the embrace of the Whispering Woods, the air around him changed, filling with a serene melody that seemed to flow from the very essence of the forest. The trees, tall and proud, stood like ancient guardians, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. Each step he took was cushioned by the lush green moss that carpeted the forest floor, a soft tapestry woven by nature herself. Eldrick took a deep breath, the air rich with the earthy scent of pine and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers that bloomed in hidden glades. The sun gently peeking through the canopy of leaves cast a dappled light that danced upon the ground, creating patterns of light and shadow that played around Eldrick's feet. The forest was alive with the soft, melodious chirps of unseen creatures, a symphony that spoke of the peace and tranquility that reigned in this enchanted place. In the distance, a gentle stream murmured, its voice a soothing lullaby that flowed through the woods, weaving a spell of deep relaxation and calm. As he wandered deeper into the heart of the whispering woods, Eldrick felt a sense of awe at the beauty that surrounded him. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches swaying gently, as if welcoming him into their midst. The air was filled with a gentle breeze that carried with it the subtle whisper of the forest, words of welcome that only the heart could understand. In this magical forest, time seemed to stand still. The hustle and bustle of the world outside fading away until there was nothing but the present moment. Eldrick's thoughts, usually a whirlwind of plans and memories, began to quieten, his mind becoming as peaceful as the tranquil woods he walked through. The Whispering Woods, with its ancient magic and serene beauty, was a place where one could truly connect with the essence of nature, where every step was a journey into a world of wonder and tranquility. And as Eldrick ventured further, each breath drawing him deeper into a state of peace and calm, he knew that his journey through these mystical woods was only just beginning. As Eldrick continued his serene journey through the magical Whispering Woods, he stumbled upon a sight so enchanting that it seemed to have leapt straight out of a fairy tale. Nestled in a clearing where the sun's rays gently kissed the earth was a village unlike any he had seen before. It was a village of fairies, tiny beings who glowed with an ethereal light, their delicate wings shimmering like the morning dew on cobwebs. The village was like a kaleidoscope of colours, with homes crafted from hollowed-out mushrooms and acorns, their doors no bigger than a handprint. The architecture was a harmony of nature and whimsy, with flower-petal roofs and windows framed by interwoven twigs. The air was filled with the sparkle of fairy dust, and the soft, dappled sunlight that filtered through the leaves above seemed to dance along with the iridescent colours of the fairies' homes. At first, the fairies fluttered about in a flutter of wary curiosity, their tiny faces peeking from behind leaves and flower petals. Eldrick stood still, his heart open and his intentions clear in the gentle smile that graced his lips. He knew the language of the woods, one of patience and respect, and he waited, letting the fairies come to him in their own time. Slowly, as if drawn by an unseen bond, the fairies began to emerge. They were a myriad of colours, each fairy's glow a different hue, from the softest lavender to the brightest emerald green. Their wings were like gossamer, delicate and translucent, fluttering gently as they moved. One fairy approached Eldrick. She had bright, curious eyes and wings that shimmered with a light blue hue. In a voice that was like the tinkling of a silver bell, she spoke. "Welcome, traveller, to our hidden village. I'm Leela and these are my kin." Eldrick knelt down, his eyes level with the fairies. "I'm Eldrick, a wanderer of the woods. Your village is a marvel, a treasure hidden away in the heart of the forest." Leela's laughter was like music, and soon more fairies gathered, each introducing themselves in delicate voices. The fairies began to share their harmonious songs, melodies that seemed to capture the essence of the woods. The gentle rustle of leaves, the soft whisper of the wind, and the tranquil flow of distant streams. Their songs wove a tapestry of sound that was both soothing and uplifting. Eldrick closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him, each note drawing him deeper into a state of peaceful reverie. The fairies' songs were a gift, a sharing of their world, their spirit and their joy. As the melodies continued, the fairies danced around Eldrick, their movements a graceful ballet in the air. The light that emanated from them painted the clearing in a myriad of ever-changing colours, turning the village into a living, breathing rainbow. In that magical moment, Eldrick felt an overwhelming sense of connection, not just to the fairies, but to the entire forest, and every creature within it. The whispering woods were a place of wonder and magic, and the fairy village was its beating heart, pulsing with life, light and song. In the heart of the fairy tale village, as the last notes of the fairies' songs lingered in the air, a change came over the gathering. The luminous smiles of the fairies dimmed, and a hush fell upon the vibrant glen. Leela, with a sombre expression, turned to Eldrick. "Kind traveller, our songs and dances mask a deep sorrow that afflicts our village," she began, her voice tinged with sadness. Eldrick listened intently, his heart open to the troubles of his newfound friends. Leela continued, "A mysterious blight has fallen upon our home. The plants wilt, the flowers lose their hues, and our magic wanes. We fear that the heart of the forest might soon fall silent." The gravity of their plight weighed heavily upon Eldrick's heart. He could see the worry in the eyes of each fairy around him, their glow flickering like the last embers of a dying fire. "Is there a way to lift this blight? How can I aid you in your time of need?" Eldrick asked, his voice firm with resolve. A glimmer of hope sparked in Leela's eyes. There is one thing that may save us, the Moonflower. It's a rare and magical bloom that grows deep within the forest. Its petals hold the power to cleanse and rejuvenate. But the path is perilous, and none of us can venture far from the village, or else our light fades completely. Eldrick stood, determination etched on his face. Then I'll retrieve this Moonflower for you. I don't fear the depths of the forest, for its whispers have always guided me. The fairies, moved by Eldrick's bravery, gathered around him. They gave him a small vial of fairy dust, promising that it would aid him in his quest. Leela then gently placed a miniature compass in his palm, its needle made of a single silver strand. This will guide you to the heart of the forest, where the Moonflower blooms under the light of the full moon, she explained. Eldrick tucked the compass safely into his pocket and prepared to depart. The fairies, their faces now lit with a flicker of hope, chanted a blessing, their voices weaving a protective melody around him. With a deep breath, Eldrick stepped away from the village, venturing deeper into the whispering woods. The forest around him seemed to sense his purpose, its ancient trees standing tall and steadfast as he passed. The deeper he journeyed, the more the woods whispered their secrets, guiding him through veils of mist and over gentle streams. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, Eldrick found himself in a part of the forest he'd never seen before. Here the trees were older, their branches intertwining high above, creating a canopy that shimmered with the light of the first evening stars. Eldrick's journey for the Moonflower, the only cure for the fairies' ailment, was fraught with unknown challenges. But he felt steadfast, driven by the desire to help. As night fell and the forest grew darker, Eldrick's resolve only grew stronger, his steps guided by the light of the moon and the hope of the fairies' song. As Eldrick ventured deeper into the heart of the whispering woods, under the silvery glow of the moon, the air around him grew denser, teeming with the ancient magic of the forest. It was in this enchanted realm, where shadows danced and the unknown lurked, that Eldrick encountered a creature of legend and lore, a majestic griffin, perched upon a towering elder tree, with eyes that gleamed like molten gold. The griffin fixed its gaze upon Eldrick. It was a fearsome sight, with the body of a lion and the head and wings of an eagle, its feathers glinting like polished armor under the moonlight. Eldrick, though taken aback by its imposing presence, stood his ground, his respect for the creatures of the forest, evident in his calm demeanour. The griffin, sensing Eldric's fearless heart and pure intentions, unfurled its grand wings and descended gracefully to the ground. Its movements were a display of power and elegance, each step resonating with the ancient wisdom of the woods. Aurelius, the griffin spoke in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, guardian of the deeper realms of these woods. What brings a human so far from the beaten path? Eldric, his voice steady, replied, I seek the Moonflower to save a village of fairies from a blight that withers their home. I venture deep into these woods, guided by the hope of their healing. Aurelius, upon hearing Eldric's noble quest, softened his gaze. Your journey is fraught with challenges, Eldric. The path to the Moonflower is twisted and perilous, but I shall aid you, for your cause is just and your heart is true. With Aurelius at his side, Eldric felt a renewed sense of courage. The griffin, soaring above, guided him through the forest's labyrinthine paths, its keen eyes spotting hidden dangers and its mighty wings clearing obstacles that lay in their way. As they travelled, Aurelius shared the wisdom of the woods with Eldric. He spoke of the ancient trees that whispered secrets of old, the streams that carried tales of forgotten realms, and the stars that held the history of the world in their eternal glow. With each word, Eldric's understanding of the forest deepened, and his connection to its magic grew stronger. They journeyed through glens aglow with bioluminescent fungi and crossed bridges woven from living vines. In the heart of the night, under a sky filled with stars, they traversed misty valleys where the air shimmered with unseen energies. Eldric listened intently to Aurelius's tale, each story a thread in the rich tapestry of the forest's lore. The griffin spoke of times when mythical creatures roamed freely, and the magic of the woods was revered by all. As dawn approached, painting the sky in hues of pink and amber, Eldric and Aurelius reached the edge of a moonlit clearing. It was here, Aurelius explained, that the Moonflower bloomed, bathed in the light of the full moon. Eldric gazed across the clearing, his eyes searching for the elusive bloom. With Aurelius by his side, he stepped into the clearing. Guided by the gentle wisdom of Aurelius, Eldric's path through the whispering woods took a turn towards a hidden, enchanting part of the forest. As they traversed a dense thicket, Eldric heard the faintest sound of what seemed like purring and soft meowing. Intrigued, he followed the sounds, leading him to a sight both wondrous and whimsical. There, nestled in a sun-dappled grove, was a village unlike any other. It was a village of whiskered, cat-like creatures. These creatures, small and nimble, with fur in shades of the forest, greens, browns and greys, roamed about their charming village. Their homes were woven from the boughs of trees and shaped like hollow logs, adorned with soft moss and vibrant flowers. The Whispers, noticing Eldric's arrival, paused their activities. A few curious ones approached, their big, luminous eyes gazing up at him, noses twitching in the air. As they grew comfortable, the village burst into life once more, filled with a symphony of purrs and soft meows, a soothing melody that spoke of comfort and home. Eldric was immediately taken by the Whispers' playful nature. They frolicked around him, inviting him into their games with gentle paw taps and swishes of their furry tails. One, a small, sprightly creature with bright amber eyes, brushed against Eldric's legs, purring loudly, its fur soft and warm to the touch. The Whispers, despite their playful demeanor, possessed a serene wisdom. They shared with Eldric their knowledge of the forest's herbs and hidden paths, helping him in his quest for the Moonflower. They showed him a plant with leaves that shimmered under the moonlight, explaining that it could heal minor ailments. As Eldric spent more time with the Whispers, he found a comforting respite from his journey. Their village, a haven of peace and joy, reminded him of the simpler pleasures of life. The Whispers' innocent playfulness and gentle affection brought a light-hearted joy to Eldric's quest, a reminder of the beauty and wonder that life in the forest held. As the day turned to evening, the village transformed into a twinkling wonderland. Fireflies danced around the homes of the Whispers, their lights mingling with the soft glow emanating from the creatures themselves. Eldric, sitting amongst his new friends, felt a sense of belonging and warmth. The Whispers, sensing Eldric's need to continue his quest, gathered around him, offering him their blessings. The amber-eyed creature that had first welcomed him pressed a small, glistening stone into his hand, a token of good luck and safe travels. With a heart full of gratitude for the kindness and joy the Whispers had shown him, Eldric bid farewell to the village as he stepped back into the forest, guided by the starlit sky. He carried with him the playful spirit and gentle wisdom of the Whispers, their purrs and meows echoing in his heart, a soothing melody to accompany him on his journey. Continuing his journey, the griffin through the enchanted, whispering woods, Eldric, now carrying the warmth and playful spirit of the Whispers, arrived at a place of profound tranquility. he found himself at the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth and undisturbed, mirroring the clear sky and the lush forest that encircled it. This was Mirror Lake, a mystical body of water known for its reflective clarity and its ability to reveal deep truths. As Eldrick approached the water's edge, he noticed a sage figure seated calmly by the lake, seemingly at one with the nature around them. This was the sage of Mirror Lake, an ageless guardian of the forest's lore, known to possess wisdom as deep and vast as the waters before him. The sage, clothed in robes that shimmered with hues of the forest, turned their gaze towards Eldrick and his companion. Their eyes were like pools of ancient knowledge, and in their presence, Eldrick felt a profound sense of peace. "Greetings, travelers," the sage spoke, their voice echoing the harmonious sounds of the forest. "You seek the Moonflower, a bloom of great significance and power." Eldrick nodded, his heart open to the wisdom the sage had to offer. "Yes, I seek it to save a village of fairies from a blight. They're kin to this forest and their light fades." The sage nodded, understanding the weight of Eldrick's quest. "The Moonflower you seek grows in a place where the forest's heart beats strongest. A place both sacred and hidden, but know this, the path to it is one of connection and understanding." Eldrick listened intently as the sage spoke of the interconnectedness of all beings within the forest. Every creature, every plant, every drop of water in this forest is linked in a delicate balance. To find the Moonflower, you must understand and respect this balance. For the flower blooms only for those who perceive the forest not as a collection of parts, but as a single harmonious entity. The sage gestured towards the lake. "Look into the water, Eldrick. What do you see?" Eldrick peered into the lake. At first he saw only his reflection, but as he continued to gaze, the water's surface shimmered, revealing visions of the forest's life. He saw the fairies in their glowing village, the playful whispers, the majestic griffin Aurelius, and even glimpses of creatures he had yet to meet, all living in a beautiful, intricate harmony. The Moonflower grows in the heart of the Enchanted glade, a place where the forest's magic is most potent. The sage continued. "Follow the path where the foxgloves bloom under the crescent moon's light, and you shall find your way." Thanking the sage for their guidance, Eldrick felt a renewed sense of purpose. He now understood that his journey was not only about finding the Moonflower, but also about embracing the unity of all life within the Whispering Woods. With the sage's words echoing in his heart, Eldrick set forth alone from Mirror Lake. His steps guided by a deeper understanding of the forest and its inhabitants. He journeyed onwards, under the watchful eyes of the stars, towards the enchanted glade where the elusive Moonflower awaited. As Eldrick ventured deeper into the whispering woods, guided by the wisdom of the sage of Mirror Lake, he found himself at the edge of a vast chasm, the Whispering Chasm as it was known, stretched wide and deep, its other side shrouded in the dense mists of the forest. It was a natural barrier separating the known parts of the forest from its more mysterious and ancient depths, where the moonflower was said to bloom. Eldrick stood at the edge, pondering how he might cross, when a deep, resonant voice boomed from behind him. Turning, Eldrick was met with a sight both awe-inspiring and humbling. There stood a giant, towering above the tallest trees, his eyes kind and his demeanour gentle. He was a solitary figure, often misunderstood by those who encountered him, due to his immense size and formidable appearance. "I am Orin, guardian of the Whispering Chasm," the giant said, his voice echoing like a gentle rumble of thunder. "Many fear to tread these parts, and fewer still dare to cross the chasm." Eldrick, undaunted by Orin's size, greeted him with respect. "I seek the Moonflower to save a fairy village," he explained, "but this chasm stands in my way, and I know not how to cross it." Orin's face softened with understanding. "Your quest is noble, and your heart is brave. I will aid you, for your journey is of great importance to the forest." With that, Orin knelt down, allowing Eldrick to climb onto his broad shoulder. The giant then carefully stepped over the chasm, his every movement measured and precise to ensure Eldrick's safety. Eldrick marveled at Orin's strength and the gentle care he took, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. As they crossed, Orin spoke of his life in the forest. "Many fear what they do not understand, and so I live in solitude. But the forest is my home, and I protect its depths and its secrets." His words were tinged with loneliness, yet also with a deep love for the Whispering Woods and all its inhabitants. Reaching the other side of the chasm, Orin gently set Eldrick down. "The path ahead is treacherous, but you are not alone. The forest watches over you, and your quest brings hope to its heart." Eldrick thanked Orin, feeling a kinship with the gentle giant. "Your solitude has not hardened your heart, Orin. You are a true guardian of these woods." Orin smiled a warm, gentle expression that transformed his face. "Go forth, Eldrick. Find the Moonflower and bring healing to the fairies. And remember, the strength of the forest lies not in its trees or its creatures alone, but in the unity of all its parts." With a final nod of respect to Orin, Eldrick continued his journey, now with a deeper understanding of the forest's hidden depths and the gentle heart of its guardian. He ventured further into the uncharted woods, his resolve strengthened by the bonds of friendship and understanding he'd been forming along the way. Deep within the heart of the whispering woods, Eldrick journeyed on, his path illuminated by the soft, ethereal light of the forest. Following Orin's guidance, he found himself in a secluded glen, a place untouched by time where the air shimmered with an almost tangible magic. In the center of the glen stood an ancient, ornate mirror, its frame adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and twisting vines. The mirror, unlike anything that Eldrick had ever seen, had a mystical aura, and its surface seemed to ripple with an inner light. As Eldrick approached, he felt a strange pull towards the mirror. It was as if the mirror beckoned him, inviting him to look not just at his reflection, but deeper, into the essence of his being. Hesitantly, Eldrick peered into the mirror. At first glance, he saw his own reflection, a weary traveller, marked by the trials of his journey. But as he continued to gaze, the mirror began to reveal more. It showed not just his external appearance, but the depths of his character. Images and scenes from his journey flickered across the surface. His compassionate heart when he offered to help the fairies, his bravery in the face of the unknown, and his unwavering resolve to bring healing to the forest. The mirror reflected Eldrick's kindness, as seen in his gentle interactions with the Whispers, and his wisdom gleamed from the sage at Mirror Lake. It showed his deep connection to the forest and its creatures, highlighting moments of understanding and empathy. As Eldrick watched these reflections of his inner self, a profound sense of clarity washed over him. The magic mirror, in revealing his true nature, bolstered his resolve. He understood that his journey was more than a quest for the Moonflower. It was a testament to the strength and kindness within him, qualities that defined him far more than his physical prowess. Eldrick also realized that the mirror's magic was a reflection of the forest itself, a mirror to the soul of anyone who sought truth within its depths. It was a guardian of sorts, revealing the innermost truths and guiding those who were brave enough to confront themselves. Eldrick stepped away from the mirror. He now knew that the trials ahead were not just challenges to be overcome, but opportunities to grow and to reaffirm the values that guided him. The enigma of the magic mirror had imparted a crucial lesson: the power of self-reflection and the importance of understanding your own heart. With these insights, he continued his journey, heading deeper and deeper into the whispering woods, closer to the heart where the Moonflower bloomed, and closer to fulfilling his promise to the fairy village. As twilight descended upon the whispering woods, painting the skies in hues of lavender and rose, Eldrick's journey led him deeper into the heart of the forest. The sage's words echoed in his mind, guiding him towards the enchanted glade, where the rare and mystical Moonflower was said to bloom. The air around him was charged with an expectant magic, as if the forest itself held its breath in anticipation. The path grew more ethereal as starlight began to filter through the canopy, casting a gentle silver glow on the forest floor. Eldrick noticed the foxgloves, their bell-shaped flowers aglow under the crescent moon's light, leading him like beacons through the woods. It was as if the forest itself was conspiring to guide him on his quest, each plant and creature a silent ally in his journey. Finally, he stepped into the enchanted glade, a clearing untouched by time, where the air shimmered with a delicate luminescence. In the center of the glade stood the moonflower, bathed in the soft radiance of the night sky. It was a breathtaking sight. The flower was luminescent, its petals emitting a gentle light that pulsed in rhythm with the subtle heartbeat of the forest. The moonflower was unlike any bloom Eldrick had ever seen. Its petals were translucent and seemed to be woven from moonbeams, shimmering with a spectrum of ethereal colors. The flower exuded a soothing aura, its presence both calming and invigorating, as if it was imbued with the very essence of the forest's life force. Eldrick approached the moonflower with a sense of reverence. He could feel the healing energy that radiated from it, a gentle yet powerful force that seemed to resonate with the deepest part of his soul. The air around the flower was filled with a sweet fragrance, a blend of night-blooming jasmine and something otherworldly which enveloped Eldrick in a sense of peace and well-being. As he reached out to touch the moonflower, Eldrick felt a surge of energy coursing through him. It was as though the flower was communicating with him, imparting its wisdom and strength. He knew in that moment that the moonflower had the power to heal not just the fairy's blight, but also to restore balance and harmony to the forest. Gently, Eldrick plucked the moonflower carefully to preserve its radiant beauty. The flower continued to glow in his hand, its light a symbol of hope and renewal. As he held the moonflower, Eldrick felt a profound connection to the forest and all its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to transcend time and space. With the moonflower safely in his possession, Eldrick prepared to leave the enchanted glade. The stars above twinkled in silent approval, and the night creatures of the forest whispered their gratitude. The journey back to the fairy village, with the healing moonflower in hand, was a journey of triumph, a sign of his courage, kindness, and the enduring magic of the Whispering Woods. As Eldrick emerged from the depths of the Whispering Woods, carrying the luminescent petals of the moonflower, the fairy village came into view, bathed in the soft light of dawn. The fairies, sensing his approach, gathered at the edge of the village, their faces etched with a mixture of hope and apprehension. As he entered the village, Eldrick opened his palm to reveal the glowing moonflower petals. At the moment, the village erupted in a burst of joy and colour. The fairies, their faces lighting up with radiant smiles, fluttered around him, their wings creating a whirlwind of iridescent hues. The air was filled with their melodious voices, singing songs of gratitude and relief. Leela, her eyes shining with tears of joy, approached Eldrick. "You've brought back not just the moonflower, but the very essence of life to our village. she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "Your bravery and kindness have saved us." The fairies gathered around the moonflower petals, their hands extended towards them. As they chanted in their ancient, lilting language, the petals began to dissolve into a shimmering mist, enveloping the village in a radiant glow. Slowly, the blight that had once withered their homes and dimmed their lights lifted, revealing the true beauty of the fairies' village once more. The flowers bloomed in vibrant colours, the trees regained their luscious greenery, and the fairies' light shone brighter than ever before. The transformation was magical, the village once again a haven of peace and enchantment. The forest itself seemed to share in the celebration. The trees swayed gently, their leaves rustling in what sounded like whispered thanks. The streams sparkled clearer, and the birds sang in harmonious choruses. It was as if the forest itself sighed in relief, its very essence infused with a renewed vitality and life. Eldrick, watching the miraculous transformation, felt a profound connection to the fairies and the forest. He realized that his journey had been more than a quest. It had been a journey of discovery, not only of the forest's secrets, but also of his own inner strength and compassion. The fairies, in their gratitude, bestowed upon Eldrick a gift, a small pendant shaped like a leaf, glowing with the same light as their wings. "This is a token of our eternal gratitude," Leela explained. "It will protect you and remind you that you're always a friend of the fairies." As the celebrations continued, Eldrick felt a sense of fulfillment and contentment. He had embarked on a journey filled with challenges and wonders, and had emerged not just as a hero to the fairies, but as a guardian of the forest's harmony and balance. The fairies' village, now a kaleidoscope of joy and colour, was a sign of the resilience of life and the power of kindness. And as Eldrick prepared to leave with the fairies' pendant around his neck, he knew that his bond with the Whispering Woods and its inhabitants would last a lifetime. As the day drew to a close, the fairy village, now pulsing with new life, prepared for a celebration unlike any other. Word of Eldrick's deed had spread through the Whispering Woods, and the beings he had befriended on his journey came to join in the festivities. The Whispers, with their playful antics and soft purring, arrived in a flurry of excitement. Orin, the gentle giant, approached with careful steps, his presence commanding yet tender. High above, Aurelius the griffin circled before landing gracefully at the edge of the village, his majestic wings folded neatly behind him. The clearing was transformed into a magical arena of celebration, lit by the glow of fairy lights and the soft shimmer of the moonflower's essence. Lanterns hung from the trees, casting a warm, inviting light, and the air was filled with the intoxicating scent of blooming flowers. Music began to play, a symphony of natural sounds harmonized with the gentle strumming of fairy instruments. The melodies were both uplifting and soothing, echoing the joy and tranquility of the forest. Eldrick, standing amidst his new friends, felt a deep sense of belonging and accomplishment. The fairies danced in the air, their movements a dazzling display of grace and beauty. The Whispers joined in, leaping and twirling with joyous abandon. Even Orin swayed gently to the rhythm, his deep laughter resonating like a soft rumble through the clearing. Aurelius too tapped a clawed foot in time with the music, his eyes reflecting the festivities with a wise and content glimmer. As the celebration continued, Leela flew up to Eldrick, her face radiant with gratitude. "Eldrick, you've become a hero and a friend to us all. Your courage and kindness have woven a new chapter in the story of our forest." The gathered beings cheered. Eldrick was presented with a crown woven from the finest leaves and flowers, a symbol of his bravery. The night was filled with laughter, stories, and shared memories. As the moon climbed higher in the starlit sky, Eldrick realized that his journey had changed him in ways he could never have imagined. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with hues of soft pink and golden orange, the time came for Eldrick to bid farewell to the Whispering Woods. The air was still, his heart brimming with memories, as he said goodbye and began his journey home. As he stepped out of the forest, the magic of the woods seemed to fade into the background, but its essence remained with him. The Whispering Woods, once a place of mystery, was now a cherished friend, its whispers a comforting presence in his heart. Eldrick looked back one last time, before heading home, heading to bed, as the sun began to set, drifting and floating so peacefully, so relaxed asleep into slumberland. I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And in this sleep story, you find yourself on a spaceship heading to Mars. And as you are traveling on this spaceship to Mars, so you can notice the way your body floats so weightless as you move from location to location within the spaceship. And you can see the red dot of Mars against the inky black backdrop of space, and the points of stars. Very, very slowly getting closer and closer. And as you float weightless in this spaceship, gazing out towards Mars, almost unaware of the speed with which you're traveling in this ship, you take a guitar which is floating beside you, and you begin to play that guitar while gazing out at Mars. Not playing a specific song, but playing your feelings, playing what's going on within you And as your mind almost gets drawn into that song, into the playing, in a mindless way, you begin to have that sensation that you're playing the background music to your experience. And this journey towards Mars has taken many months already. And you're now in the final stretch of the journey, where the red planet is increasing in size noticeably day by day. That when you just watch the red planet, it doesn't appear to be particularly moving or increasing in size, in the same way that watching an hour hand for a while, it's difficult to notice the movement. But watch that hour hand over many hours, and you can tell that it's moved. And each night you head to the area where you sleep, and being in a weightless environment, there's no up nor down. Any direction could be whatever you want. It usually depends on what you're doing. And so you head to the bed area, and you swing yourself into that area. You strap yourself in to stop you floating off while you sleep. And the hum of the spacecraft, it's almost like white noise, just such a calming hum. And within a short period of time, you become unaware of being strapped into position. Like any other constant, you lose awareness, like losing awareness of glasses on your face, losing awareness of the sensations of the clothing you're wearing. You lose awareness of being strapped into that sleeping area. And you just float there so comfortably, so peacefully, almost like resting back into a flotation tank. And being in space, being in this spacecraft, as soon as you close your eyes is almost like sensory deprivation. Your body just rests there in space. That hum of the spacecraft is a constant which drowns out any other subtle noises from time to time of others in this craft. And you relax and begin to drift inside your mind. And while you drift inside your mind, most nights you can't help but find yourself thinking about the mission you're on to be the first manned crew to Mars, unsure what it is you'll discover there. Unsure what the sensations of arriving on Mars will be like, how things will be different on Mars compared to Earth. And as normal, you drift peacefully asleep from those thoughts that are perhaps a bit more like work thoughts. Into very different dreams. And you drift initially into a dream of diving underwater, where the weightlessness that you're experiencing in real life on the spacecraft translates to an initial dream of that weightlessness of being underwater, where everything appears to move slowly, gently, peacefully. Seeing the gradually undulating waves overhead, the way the light passes through the surface of the water, some shards of light dancing in front of you and around you. Floating seaweed drifting by in an almost pulsing movement as the waves pass overhead. And as a wave passes the seaweed, the energy of the wave carries the seaweed a little and then releases that seaweed moments later, and so the seaweed slows down its movement until the next wave passes by and repeats this process so gently, so calming, so relaxed. And seeing schools of fish swimming comfortably through the water in their rhythmic patterns and shapes, and tall fronds of seaweed stretching up from deep below, from that darkness down there. The supple leaves of the seaweed undulating in the water. And that sound of each out-breath that you take, of the bubbles rising up beside your face, perhaps tickling a little as they go, as you breathe in and out so calmly, so deeply relaxed. And you find yourself swimming through this water until you notice what looks like a cave deep under the water. You dive down just a little deeper to that cave, and you see, when you shine your light into the cave, that the light reflects off of a flat layer of water within the cave, and you recognize that there's air in this cave, but you'd only have to swim in a little way, and then you can swim up to the surface within the cave. And so you swim into that cave, calmly, slowly, peacefully, gently relaxing. With minimal effort, minimal movements of your feet, to propel yourself forward into the cave. Your torchlight illuminating the cave walls, and you reach where you can see that there's a surface layer of water. You pop yourself up through that surface layer of water, shining your torch around, aware that you're inside a cavern. And you see some sticks on the walls, and notice that these are old torches. You light these torches, and the flames gently flicker on the walls of the cave, illuminating the cavern before you. And you walk into this cavern, deeper and deeper, that gentle flickering sound the slight echoey sound of your footsteps. The sensation of the water which is beginning to dry on your face. And occasional drops running down your cheek. And you see in the centre of this cavern is a chalice. And you head over to that chalice, finding that it's resting on a stone table. And you look into the chalice, surprised to see that it contains a warm and cosy looking soup. And from across the room, a wise guardian of the chalice approaches. And they seem to almost dawdle along like an elderly person. Walking with an unusual gait. And they begin to talk to you in the friendliest voice, telling you that everything happens for a reason. You were expected to arrive. You were expected to be here. And this soup was made especially for you. And that this cosy soup will help you on your journey of discovery, and it will help you to see more when you arrive at your destination. And to understand what it is you've discovered. And they gesture for you to try some of that soup. And you lift up the chalice, and you can feel that comfortable warmth of the soup. And you can smell that beautiful smell of the soup. And so you drink some of that soup from the chalice. Feeling the warmth of the soup as it goes down your throat. How soothing that soup appears to be. And after consuming some of the soup and feeling satisfied, this keeper of the chalice directs you to a chair in this room and tells you to take a moment to relax down in that chair and allow the soup to work its magic. And so you relax down into the chair, and as you relax in the chair, you close your eyes and you can hear that keeper of the chalice talking to you, guiding you deeper and deeper into the experience. And they tell you that in a moment you're going to see a door, and that door will just appear in your mind's eye. And it can be the most comfortable experience to just pass through that door so easily and effortlessly. And so with ease, as you drift deeper and deeper into the experience, you pass through that door in front of you, discovering the other side of the door is the most beautiful country garden. And you've walked out into this beautiful country garden. You look around the garden. You gaze around this garden. You can see the sky and how beautiful that sky looks. You can see the flowers, the hedges, the trees, the birds, the bees, the butterflies. How green the foliage is, the vivid colours of the flowers. The way that the wildlife is going about its business in this garden. Bees at the flowers, butterflies at the flowers, birds singing so beautifully in the trees. Enjoying a deeply absorbing experience as you relax into it. And walking towards a pond in the middle of the garden. And perhaps you discover that pond as you explore the garden, or maybe you saw it right away. But what you notice as you approach, apart from the gentle scent of the water, and the sound of the water, is the sundial next to the pond. And as you approach that sundial, noticing the smooth stone that it's made from, and the metalwork of the dial itself, you can run your fingers so calmly and peacefully over the metalwork, over the coolness of the stone, And while you do this, you notice that touching that sundial triggers the sound of a mechanism, and you see a stone plinth rising from the pond. Then after the stone plinth has cleared the water, the top of that plinth opens and rises a little further, and you see that what was contained within that plinth was an old-looking book, an antique-looking book, on a stand within the plinth. And you head over to the book. You gently turn the first page, and this book is very solid, and the pages are very solid, almost like the cardboard children's books. And as you turn the pages, so all you can see on each page is a mirror. And you look at each page, working your way through the book from start to finish. With each page being a mirror looking back at you. And at the end of the book, turning the last page, closing the book, turning the book back over so the front is facing you. And while you're thinking, trying to work out what it all means, the book lowers back into the plinth. The top of the plinth closes, and that plinth, with a stone grinding sound, lowers back into the pond. As you go back and sit on a bench in this garden, thinking about the meaning of the experience. And then you start to become aware of something in your mind, almost like a call to action. And so you follow this awareness back out of the garden, back past that guardian, that keeper of the chalice. And they tell you you found what you came here to seek. You just don't know it yet. And you get ready to dive back into the water. You dive gently into the water, noticing the changes to the sound, the quality of the experience. Swimming out of the cave, back out into the water and up to the surface. And as you break the surface of the water, so you notice yourself waking on that ship. having had the most beautiful, restful sleep that felt like you'd only closed your eyes for a short while, and yet you feel deeply rested, rejuvenated, recuperated. And full of energy following that most beautiful night's sleep. And you see how much closer Mars has got. And as the day goes on, eventually you're closing in on Mars. And after quite some time of this journey, you and the rest of the crew strap in, ready for a landing. And thrusters fire, decelerating the craft, allowing the craft to go into orbit around Mars. You can notice the way the craft seems to shake and rattle, but as soon as the thrusters turn off, there's stillness again. And then the craft identifies the landing location deep within a trench. And it's the largest trench on Mars, and the deepest point in that trench. And then one of the other crew initializes the landing sequence. And the craft enters the atmosphere. And it starts to head towards the ground. And as it's heading towards the ground, a countdown begins. The state when the landing on the surface will occur. 20, 19, 18, and the craft is shaking and rattling. 17, 16, 15, 14, 12 as the rattling begins to calm. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2, 1, and with that, the craft touches down on Mars, and there's total silence for a while. Then yourself and the crew go through a series of checks, checking that everything has worked correctly, that everything's okay. A signal gets sent back towards Earth to let Earth know you've landed safely. And then some autonomous vehicles set off from the craft, and they begin to set up the dome and habitations here, ready for when the crew disembark. And you watch from within the craft as those autonomous vehicles roll out an inflatable dome. Inflate that dome. Attach that dome to the surface before spraying the dome with a cement-like substance created from the Martian soil. With one of the autonomous vehicles burrowing the back end of itself into the soil, deeply pushing that under the ground, and then using heat and other processes to mix up a cement-like material that it then fires out the front of itself, coating the inflatable dome. All the way down to the ground. And then another inflatable dome is erected, and the autonomous vehicles maneuver it to a location where the two domes then connect. And the same process happens to this dome. And once a few domes are erected and covered in that cement-like material, and a few other bits and pieces are erected with the autonomous vehicles, including a drone which flies up out of the trench to place an aerial on the outside of the trench, and other equipment which will allow the site to be able to communicate most efficiently with orbiters and if needed, straight back directly towards Earth. And that's connected down to the habitation in that trench. And it doesn't take long in these freezing temperatures for that cement-like material to dry. And for yourself and the other crew to be able to leave, go to the habitats, and in the habitat you start to carry in the various equipment you'll need. And you start to make these habitats your home, for you'll be here for a while. And while you and the other crew are setting up the habitat, so some of the autonomous vehicles are exploring the trench, and together they're mapping with LiDAR and sending smaller autonomous vehicles into crevices and caves that they discover, mapping everything as they go, and all the information's beaming back and being assembled on a computer in the habitat. And once everything is set up and the habitat is made as comfortable as it can be, and the atmosphere inside the habitat is made comfortable, then you change into some comfortable clothes. You make yourself more at home here, setting up a room just for you, and you each have your own rooms in this communal space and workspaces. And on the inside of the inflatable domes, built into the fabric, are screens, and those screens show what's outside the domes from cameras on the outside, almost looking like windows. And down here in the trench, the air pressure isn't quite as poor as it is on the surface level, and the temperature is a little bit warmer. And you get your first night's sleep here, knowing the next day the science will begin, and the next day you're looking at the monitors, admiring the view outside, the towering walls of the trench, the red sky overhead, and you look at the scans by the autonomous vehicle, and you see something strange. You see in one of the caves something that looks artificial, and so you head out to investigate. You suit up in your Martian space gear. You go through the airlocks back out to the Martian landscape. You begin to explore. You head to that cave. You walk into that cave. And you notice the sounds around you have a different quality. Everything seems to sound different because the air pressure is different. And you walk deeper and deeper, shining your torch around this location, before discovering it. What looks like a pyramid embedded in the back wall of this cave. And you walk to that pyramid. You run your gloved hands across the outside of the pyramid, feeling the rough stone of the pyramid. You see an entrance into this pyramid, and so you take some time to walk in and explore. And you find on the walls of the pyramid there seems to be artwork depicting an event. And there's humanoid-looking creatures depicted, and unusual-looking animals. And it looks like it's telling a story about a cataclysm. And about life here disappearing. And how a small group of survivors had to make a device or a way off this world. And then there's what looks like a ball of light in the drawings. And so you explore deeper and deeper into the cave. Deeper and deeper into this pyramid. And deep in the pyramid, you find a sealed stone door. Then you notice a mechanism by that stone door. You trigger the mechanism and the door slides open. A little way in front you see another stone door and another mechanism. You trigger that and the door behind you slides shut. And you hear a hiss almost as if this is an airlock. And then the door in front of you slides open. And as it does, you see a glowing orb in a chamber, and the orb is undulating, spinning, crackling with electricity. In the centre of the orb appears to be a dense black. You notice the readings in this location, in this chamber, seem to show that it's breathable here, that it's almost like Earth atmosphere. It's a little different, but it's close. You walk closer to that glowing orb and think you catch a sight of something within it. And you reach out and feel yourself almost attracted to this orb, and you head towards it. And you recognize that it seems like some kind of a portal. It resembles what you would expect a wormhole to look like. That a wormhole wouldn't look like a doorway, because it's a rip in space. So in fact, a wormhole would look like the absence of an area of space. And as you get closer to that, you decide to send through a tiny drone. And so you control that tiny drone and you fly it through into the orb. And as it flies through, so it flickers for a moment on the screen from the drone, but then seems to be in a calm, dark location. And the drone has some lights. And so you explore this calm, dark location with those lights. And you see hieroglyphs around the walls, but also you notice that around the walls are some similar drawings to what were here, where you set off from. And so you decide you're going to follow the drone, and you walk through that orb, coming out the other side. And the first thing you notice takes you by surprise, that your equipment immediately starts picking up many radio signals. And you recognize that it's as if you're back on Earth. And you place down a tracking beacon in this location. And the tracking beacons were designed for if you got separated from your crew on Mars, if something went wrong, maybe something like a rover had broken down, and others would know where you are and could come and find you. So you set up that tracking beacon in this location. You looked around the location some more. You took some images of the walls. You tried to see if there was a way out from here. And you found that there is a stone door which seems to lead out. And there's a lever, a mechanism that seems to open that door. You trigger that mechanism. And just like before, there's a second door with a second mechanism. So you repeat the process again, and you find yourself in a corridor, and you walk down that corridor. But the end of the corridor is blocked up. And so you head back to your habitat, back through that portal all the way back to the habitat. You try to look at the tracking, where the tracking beacon is from, and you can't see it on your records. It's not showing on the screen. And you contact Mission Control. You ask them to see if they can pick up the tracking beacon, stating that you can't seem to pick it up yourself, but you're sure it's working. And they use the orbiters to try and scan Mars. They can't find signs of the tracking beacon. And then someone else monitoring other equipment announces that the tracking beacon is actually showing on satellites over the Earth. And they find the location. And they say that that location seems to be in Egypt, and they narrow down with satellites to within a few meters of that tracking beacon, and they find that there's an undiscovered pyramid buried in the deserts near the pyramids in Egypt. And so, over a number of weeks, they get permissions and they explore. And they find the location. And they find their way down, scanning the ground, to identify the size and shape of the pyramid and its tunnels. And they find the entrance, dig down to that entrance, unblock the entrance. And they estimate the age of this pyramid to be at least 12,000 years old, possibly a little bit more. And the scientists on Earth and the scientists on Mars have a lot to explore. But they now know that there's a quicker route between the two planets. And so over the course of a number of years, they build out their habitats to spread out from within the cave. And they start to create a community within the trench for scientists to work and explore Mars on. And they start to learn more about this ancient technology how these ancient people, this ancient Martian race, were able to build wormholes. They start to learn how that Martian race escaped from Mars to Earth, building a shrine, a pyramid, around their wormhole on both planets. To try to rescue as many Martians as possible to this planet Earth. And then that first civilization of Martians on Earth remembered those who came before, those who saved them, and created stories to spread that knowledge on. But didn't have the technology that they had back on Mars. Wasn't able to save enough of the technology. And gradually the knowledge of the technology drifted away to the sands of time. And now, thousands of years later, humanity again connects Earth and Mars. And only small amounts of items can be taken through the wormhole. And there's still no understanding of how this wormhole was formed, how the wormhole is maintained, why the wormhole hasn't collapsed, and how the wormhole is powered. But it does allow people to go through, and items no larger than people to be taken through. And you were there at the beginning, one of the first. You took a many-month trip to arrive on Mars. And yet, when your mission was over and you went home, you just walked through a wormhole and out into Egypt and flew home on a plane. And you keep on top of all the new learning that comes from that area. And every night you find yourself thinking about that ancient civilization, and exploring in your mind all the possibilities as you drift and float so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And as you drift peacefully asleep, I'm just going to tell this story about a woman who goes out on her morning walk like she does every day. Only this time, she finds a bottle in a stream that leads her on a journey to discover a secret temple, and she enjoys a peaceful life. Every day she wakes up, she goes for a morning walk, enjoying the fresh air, breathing in that cool air, feeling the cool air pass in through her nostrils, pulling that air down into her chest, then exhaling the warmer air as she feels a deep sense of peace and inner relaxation. Walking along, listening to the sounds around her. Listening to sounds of birdsong coming from the trees and the hedgerows. The scampering sounds of squirrels. And as she walks through this quaint, quiet village and out into the countryside, she can see the rabbits across the fields. She can see pheasants in the fields, the colourful male pheasants, and the harder to spot, mottled brown female pheasants, hearing the occasional pheasant call, seeing the wispy clouds gently passing overhead, and occasionally a bird of prey just slowly circling, and then moving on to a different area and circling that area, barely flapping its wings. And as she walks, she can notice the way the sound changes with each footstep, depending on what she's walking on. Walking along the path into the countryside, how that sound of the walking changes as she walks onto hardened mud and continues on to grass, and then passes into the woodland, feeling the change of the air temperature as she walks through the trees out from the sunlight, and that there's also a change in the quality of the sound around her, that she starts to notice slightly different sounds, the way certain bird sounds echo through the woodland, and spying a stag among the trees, just catching the slightest glimpse of that stag stood stationary, trying to blend in, avoid detection, and stopping still herself to watch and get a better look without disturbing or scaring that stag off. And then, as the stag just gently walks deeper into the woodland, the woman continues to follow her path. A slight crunching sound underfoot, seeing the shards of light dancing in front of her, as those areas of sunlight just penetrate through the canopy overhead. And every day she goes on this morning walk. Those shards of light passing through the canopy overhead, dancing in front of her, catch the dust in the air, almost looking like dancing diamonds. And while walking through those shards of light, she can feel the slight temperature change, especially on her face as the light passes across her cheek. She enjoys the silence of this walk, the peace and harmony of this walk. Deeper and deeper into the woodland. And after some time, she begins to hear the gentle, distant sound of a flowing stream. She continues to walk through this woodland, softly relaxing, occasionally drifting into her own mind, pondering different thoughts and ideas. As the woodland begins to slant downhill slightly, she follows this woodland down that hill till she comes to a point where the gently trickling stream comes alongside where she's walking, and she can see the water flowing down over stones, around stones, bubbling and splashing its way down. Occasional twigs and leaves flowing down on the water's surface, racing down that stream. And she follows that stream all the way down to the edge of this woodland. And as the stream reaches the edge of the woodland, so it begins to get wider, and begins to get softer and calmer. And she follows that stream out into a clearing. In this clearing, there's a meadow of wildflowers where she can see bees and butterflies working away in the meadow, tootling along from plant to plant. Holding on to plants as they sway in the breeze. And she heads out into this meadow, continuing to follow this gentle stream, and heads to a tree trunk alongside the stream. Takes a moment to sit on that tree trunk, closes her eyes and just listens to the sound of that water as it bubbles past her. Smelling the fresh water smell feeling the warmth of the sun on her face, noticing the light and dark passing across her eyes as wispy clouds pass across the sun. Feeling the warmth of that morning sun. And she opens her eyes and crouches down. Get a sense of what that water feels like, what temperature the water is. She touches the surface of the water with her fingertips, just passing them gently through the surface of the water, and she can feel that water as it rushes around her fingers, rushes through her fingers, almost a tickle touch feeling through and around her fingers. And then, while her hand is in the water, something that's bobbing its way down the stream suddenly knocks into her hand. She pays attention to what that was. It knocks her out of her reverie for a moment, and she sees that it appears to be an opaque bottle, and it looks curious. So she stands up and she follows that bottle, walking fast along the edge of the stream to catch up with where the bottle is. Comes alongside that bottle and watches for a while as she walks alongside it, and it continues bobbing its way down the stream. And she gets slightly ahead and then reaches in, grabs that bottle, she goes back to that trunk, sits down on the trunk, while sitting on the trunk, she looks at this bottle. And the bottle is broad enough that her thumb and fingers don't meet while she holds it. And she twists that bottle around and looks at the base of the bottle. And she can't see into the bottle, but she notices the base is indented, and there are symbols on the bottom, around the edge of the bottom, that she can't understand. And she thinks to herself she'll try and do a bit of a Sherlock Holmes. She tries to see if there's any way of working any information out about this bottle. She couldn't see any markings on the base that would reveal the location, only the symbols that she didn't understand. There was no labels on the bottle. There was no markings around the side of the bottle. The top of the bottle had a cork in it. And all she could think was that the style of the bottle made her think of some Roman pottery and Roman bottles that she had seen. It had a similar style. But she wasn't sure if it could possibly be that old, because that would make it at least 1600 years old. And she wondered how it got into the stream. If it was that old, it would have somehow had to be dislodged or somehow made it into the flowing stream. She thinks to herself it makes more sense that perhaps someone was just littering and just threw the bottle away. And she shook the bottle next to her ear and couldn't hear anything in the bottle, no movement at all. She tipped the bottle upside down and up the right way and upside down and up the right way. It didn't feel like there was anything in it moving, no liquid, no objects, because if there was, the weight would have displaced and moved as she moved the bottle. And she wondered, if it was an empty bottle, how was it corked? Did someone manage to just squeeze this cork into the bottle? What would be the purpose of someone doing that to an empty bottle? And she decided that she would pull that cork out of the bottle. Out of curiosity, she thought, it's not like there's anyone here who wants this bottle. It doesn't seem like it belongs to anybody. And so, tentatively, carefully, she pulled on that cork. And at first, it didn't seem to be making any difference. So she pulled harder and harder, and felt like she was putting a lot of effort into pulling that cork from the bottle. And then all of a sudden, in an instant, the cork popped out of the bottle in her hand, and she heard a gentle sss, as if there was a release of gas. And then there was silence from the bottle. And then suddenly, an explosion of gas, straight up vertically from the bottle. And this gas had a green hue. And she watched as that green hue gas rose up into the air, narrow and vertical at first, and then spread out, and almost seemed to be heavier than the air because it started to seem to fall down, not straight down back towards the bottle, but it was falling down almost as if it was reaching a certain height, and then just falling down alongside the bottle. And she could see it settling onto the tree trunk beside her. And there was a lot of this gas. And as this green gas was touching the tree trunk, so it was like green dust or green dusty paint touching the trunk. It was looking like it was starting to stain that trunk. But the gas seemed to be falling thicker and faster and faster and thicker, and still spraying up out of the bottle. And she was just holding the bottle, almost mesmerized, surprised at what she was seeing. Curious how so much gas can fit into such a small space. And that green gas was thickening alongside her, and seemed to be growing, almost as if it was creating a stain on the tree trunk, and that stain was getting thicker and thicker, like building up dust over time. And after some time, she noticed that it wasn't just dusty gas from this bottle settling randomly beside her. It seemed to be settling with some kind of order. And this dust continued to settle, getting thicker and thicker. And as this dust settled thicker and thicker beside her, she thought it resembled 3D printers printing something, like it was building something from the ground up. But she had no idea what, and it seemed to be taking a very long time. And after what seemed like an age, she noticed that this green dust had been building on the grass in front of the trunk as well, and that was catching up with the height of the trunk in two neat piles. And then the dust accelerated in how fast it was spraying up into the air and landing beside her. And it started to get more chaotic to see exactly what was going on. But after a while, the dust started to slow, and she started to notice it becoming clearer beside her so that she could see what was there. And she saw this person in green, with unusual green skin, sitting beside her, looking at her as the dust finished settling and stopped spraying from the bottle. And they reached over and they took the bottle from her hand while she was in a bit of a dazed state at what she was seeing. And they took the cork from her other hand. They smiled at her and thanked her for the bottle and the cork, and for opening the bottle. And they placed that cork effortlessly into the top of the bottle, and placed the bottle into their pocket. And they explained that they're a genie, and they had been trapped in that bottle for centuries, and that all the time they've been trapped in that bottle, they've been waiting for somebody to find the bottle and release them. That they have a problem that they need help with. An evil wizard, centuries earlier, had removed their power to grant wishes, and so they're now a genie with no ability to grant any wishes, and they've required help to be able to do so, and that she's the first person in all those centuries to open this bottle who may be able to help. And this genie explains that they need the woman to go in search of a secret temple. And the woman explains that there are no temples here. There's a village just nearby. There's a church in the village, if that's what the genie's talking about. But she doesn't know of any secret temples. And the woman asks why they can't do it themselves. And the genie explains that they'll come along with the woman, but they can't access this secret temple. That the spell that the wizard had cast placed their ability to grant wishes within that temple, and placed a spell on the outside of the temple that prevented any magical beings from being able to cross the threshold into the temple. And then the wizard banished them back into the bottle, sealed the bottle, and buried the bottle. And they have no way of escaping the bottle themselves. They always rely on someone else to come along and do that for them. And so the woman agrees to help. But she says she doesn't know where she can start helping and finding this temple. And the genie says they can help with that. They just can't access the temple themselves. And out of their pocket, the genie takes what looks like a compass, hands it to the woman and says, "Here, you can use this to direct us to the temple," explaining that this compass works by detecting quantum displacement. And the woman asks what that even means. And the genie says that the wizard is a multi-dimensional being. And as a multi-dimensional being, it travels from place to place, but as it does, as it appears in one dimension or leaves a dimension, it creates a quantum displacement trail. And that even while the being is moving through dimensions, it doesn't move through dimensions in the same way that non-magical beings move. It doesn't walk through three-dimensional space. It passes through multi-dimensional space. And so there is a path that can be followed. And the woman says, "But if this wizard did this hundreds of years ago, what are the chances of that being here in this location, and this secret temple being anywhere nearby?" And the genie explains that the residual traces of the quantum displacement will last for thousands of years. Even just the subtle traces are enough for this compass to detect and illuminate, and that the only way their bottle could have been found here is if it somehow had dislodged and fallen into the water or passed into the water to then be found. So the bottle must have been buried somewhere near this water. And the woman turned on the compass by pressing a button on the side. And as she turned on the compass, so she saw a pulse of blue light emanate in all directions from the compass. And as the blue light dissipated, so it left trails that she could see, like the faint lines of dissipating contrails from aeroplanes, and then as the trails were fading, there was another pulse of blue light from the device that dissipated but left the hint of those trails, and at regular intervals this device kept pulsing, and the genie explained that these trails are the trails of magical beings, and that there aren't that many magical beings in this plane. And so one of these trails must be the wizard. And at first they follow back along the stream, head back into that woodland. But this time, instead of the woman following the path she had followed before, she follows the stream, taking her off the path and deeper into the woodland. And she finds her way all the way to the source of this stream, and can see that it starts with a pool of water gently bubbling up from under the ground. And the genie observes that it looks like this water has perhaps eroded away some of the ground beneath it, where it's bubbling up from, and that a bottle being buoyant means that once it was eroded into the water, it would eventually find its way to the hole that leads to the surface and pop up through that hole and then just flow down with the water. The two of them look around, curious where the water might be coming from, that then rises up from underground. And there are some nearby hills, and so they assume that somewhere just beneath their feet is probably a hollow area, an area that this water is slowly eroding, maybe a cave full of water. And the tracking device pulses, and there's just a single trail a little way away. And the genie says, I bet that that is the wizard's trail. It's the only trail here. And it's near where the bottle found its way to the surface. So perhaps the bottle was buried somewhere over there. And the trail looked very muddy at that one point. And the genie said that that would make sense because the wizard would have been on that spot for quite some time, moving around. And the woman asked, does the genie not leave a trail? And they said that although they are a magical being, they're a different class of magical being. They disappear and reappear in a very different way. They don't have to walk through time and dimensions. And they explained about how they operate as genies. That they're like time travelers, and their bottles are like time traveling devices. That a bottle may seem small, but a whole world is contained within a genie's bottle. But the world is a very isolating one, inside a genie's bottle lives animals, plants, but only one genie, only one of their life form per bottle. And so it can be very lonely inside the bottle. But time inside the bottle is very different from time outside the bottle. Moments can pass inside the bottle when years have passed outside of it. And when genies are out of a bottle, they can get themselves back into the bottle. And when they're out of the bottle, they have to move around and operate in the same way that any other being in that world has to operate. They're not multidimensional like the other beings. And they explain that they can't get themselves out of the bottle. So once they're in the bottle, they're trapped in the bottle until someone frees them. And the woman talks to the genie about that sounding like a very lonely life. Why on earth would they ever put themselves in the bottle? And as they were having this conversation, they were walking out of the woodland across the meadow, following that faint blue path likely left by the wizard, which is revealed with every pulse of the device. And the genie explains that the role of a genie is that you're born into existence through magic. You just find yourself aware one day. There's no knowledge of where you came from. You're just suddenly there and aware. And you're in this world that's so incredibly beautiful. And you don't feel hunger or thirst. You just exist. You don't feel tired. You just are. And in your mind, you just have certain instinctive, innate knowledge. So no knowledge of where you came from, how you sprung into being. But you're aware, with instinctive knowledge, that you're in a world created and designed for you. And you're aware that you're in a world with a purpose, with destiny, and that your destiny is to grant 3 wishes to an individual that brings them happiness, and passes something positive on to their life, that individual will then pass on to others. and your role is kind of as a guide. That every time someone calls upon you, you let them know that you can grant them 3 wishes and that they're to use those wishes wisely and to give thought to those wishes. And you grant those wishes honestly, exactly as they were asked. That you don't have the power to grant them something different to what they asked. So if they ask for something and you know that they mean something slightly different, you can't say that you know they mean something different. You can just ask if they're sure that that is what they really want. And you warn them against the risks of making a wrong wish and of having to really think through the wish before you say, yes, I'm certain that is the wish I want. And then when you click your fingers as a genie, the exact wish they asked for is what is granted. And with practice as a genie, you get better at helping to guide those who ask for wishes. But it is once you manage to grant 3 wishes for somebody, where they're content and happy with the wishes they received, and those wishes have a positive impact on the lives of them and others, and you know you've done your piece for the world. It is only at that point that you stop disappearing back into the bottle and instead get to ascend to a higher land, to a higher dimension. Every time you grant wishes, where the wishes don't work out positively and they make the person's life worse in some way, there's nothing you can do about that. But at the end of granting the 3 wishes, you instantly disappear back into the bottle, and it doesn't matter how much that person tries to open the lid of the bottle, tries to pull that cork out. Even if they succeeded in pulling the cork out, nothing happens. The genie can't come out of the bottle because they can't come back to grant any more wishes for that person. And if the wish turned out negatively for them, then they had consequences from that. And it can take a very long time to find that person clicks their fingers and wishes for the right things, freeing the genie permanently. And the genie explained that they don't know what happens beyond that yet. They're just guided instinctively by the behaviours they have to do, the role they have to play. And they wonder whether somehow this evil wizard that took away their powers perhaps had done so to other genies. And maybe was trying to prevent something in some way from happening. And the woman and the genie walked all day, camped on the edge of the most serene river at night, before continuing on walking the next day. The device constantly pulsing, revealing the path they needed to follow. Until eventually they came to a hill, an unassuming hill in the middle of the countryside. And it wasn't a hill the woman was wholly unfamiliar with, but to the woman this was just a regular hill, perhaps 30 miles from the town that she lived in. It wasn't particularly spectacular, and if she knew she was going to this hill, she could have got here a lot quicker, rather than walking all this way. But it appeared that the path was leading straight into the side of this hill. And so the genie said there must be a tunnel somewhere just in the side of the hill here, where that path is going. Maybe something has collapsed. Maybe it's all hidden here. And so the woman started looking around the hill, see if there was any way into this hill. She had never heard of any temple being here. But she had never questioned why this hill was here. And so the woman said that now we know where this is, why don't I go to the nearby town and I'll get a spade and we can try and access and dig into this hill. So she went away and came back with a spade, and with that spade she began to dig into the location where she could see that this being had walked. And as she dug into this hill, she eventually reached a point where she hit some stone and realized it was stone of an entrance. Like maybe there is something here, and she cleared that away. And as she cleared that away, she saw that this was an entrance, and that it looked like someone had covered over this temple, buried this temple in this location. And in the center of this entrance, stones were just packed in, and so she pulled those stones out one at a time. And after she'd pulled a mound of stones out, the entrance was clear, and she could see that the faint blue path was heading into this passageway. And so the two of them headed in to the passageway. The woman holding a torch, slight echoing coming from the footsteps. And the passageway opened out into a vast chamber. The genie said this is definitely the secret temple. And in the middle of the vast chamber was an orb of electric blue energy floating in the middle of the chamber. And the genie said that that orb of energy is what was stolen from me. And the woman was curious where the wizard now was. They'd gone to this effort of doing this, perhaps hundreds and hundreds of years ago. But would they really have just disappeared? And the genie said maybe, with hundreds of years of me being buried and not returning, they thought they'd rid the genies from the land, stopped us being able to grant wishes. Maybe there are other genies this had happened to who are buried. And that they've just never been uncovered. And it just is fortuitous that that spring had eroded the dirt enough to release the bottle. And that bottle happened to be released at a time that you could find it. And the genie walked over to the glowing blue orb of energy. They reached their hand out, touching the orb, and the orb seemed to suddenly come to life and be absorbed into them. And the genie said they can feel their energy coming back. They can feel that magic returning within them. And as the magic returned, so the genie appeared to glow and pulse, illuminating the chamber just with their own glow and presence. And they left this secret temple, and the two of them recovered up the entrance. And the woman said, "What now?" And the genie said, "Well, now you have 3 wishes." And the woman said, "But I don't want to make a mistake and say the wrong thing." The woman said, "Well, I wish that you knew whether there were more genies, and where those genies are." And the genie said, "That's 2 wishes. It needs to just be 1 wish." And so the woman said, "I wish you knew whether there were more genies." And the genie clicked their fingers, granting the wish, and said, "I'm the only one." And the woman said, "I wish you knew your purpose." And the genie clicked their fingers and said, "My purpose is to achieve ascension." And the woman said, "I wish you knew what happens after granting 3 wishes." And the genie clicked their fingers and turned into a being of light. And as just a voice coming from this being of light, the genie thanked the woman and said, "I now know what happens after granting 3 wishes. The genie explains that they now know everything. They pass through multiple planes of existence. And one of those planes of existence is on the physical realm. And when they pass the physical realm, they move on to the spiritual realm. And that this is the highest realm to achieve. And with every genie that reaches the spiritual realm, another genie passes into the physical realm with no memory or knowledge of how they got there, just finding themselves in a bottle, in a world of their own creation, with innate knowledge and drives, waiting for the right person to help them while they learn how to help others, so that they too can ascend from the physical realm. And the genie is a being of light, dissipated, and the device the woman was holding seemed to just disintegrate in her hand. And she could no longer see the blue trails. And she almost wondered whether the experience that had just happened was real or not. It seemed so unreal. And she headed home, having had a couple of days of curious experiences that all started just with a morning walk like usual. And once home, she settled down in bed and drifted and floated so peacefully, so comfortably and calmly, asleep into slumberland. And this is a story where you find yourself in a location where a carnival is taking place, and to avoid the hustle and bustle of the carnival, you head down some side roads and you find an arcade, and at the back of the arcade you discover a secret that leads you on a journey of deep inner discovery, and an encounter with a wise, well-dressed mouse who speaks with the most bizarre British accent. So you're heading through the carnival to find a quieter location, and you turn off of the main street where the carnival's taking place, heading away from the crowds, working your way down a side alley, heading down another road, the sounds of the carnival, the partying sounds, gradually fading into the background. And while you continue to walk down this alleyway, you notice some neon lights in the distance, illuminating the damp ground with their glow. And you hear the faint sound of computer games. And you head towards that neon glow on the ground, finding your way to a back door of an arcade. And there are neon signs above the door, sharing that this is an arcade. You reach forward and very gently, carefully open the door, and as you do, the sounds of the computer games from inside the arcade increase in volume, and you hear a tring as the door opens. You step onto the carpeted floor. You can smell the scents of this arcade. Hear the sound of the different machines. There's something soft and nostalgic about the experience. And you step across the threshold, letting the door gently close behind you. You begin to walk around this arcade. With most people down at the carnival, the arcade is surprisingly empty. And you head over to a machine to get some change. And you grab a cup from beside the machine. The change flows out the bottom of the machine, going coming out the bottom of the machine. And with a hand you gather that change up and scoop it up and drop it into the cup. The sound of the change hitting the base of the cup, rattling around within the cup, feeling the weight of that cup increase as it fills with that change, those coins, before heading to see what games there are here for you to play. You had spied a few that you want to try out. You find one where you have to place coins in the top. They rattle and bounce down to a moving platform that slides out and back, out and back. And the moving platform has coins on it that are overhanging the platform, and a few random toys sitting on top of the coins. And beneath that is another moving platform that moves out and back, out and back, which also has coins overhanging. And beneath that is the base of this game, with coins overhanging a gap. And you find the one that looks like it has the best chance for you to win. You place a couple of coins in the top. They bounce down the back wall. You've timed it just right so that they reach that first level. As the level is moving out towards you, and then the level pulls back, and almost gripping the coin, smooths that coin out onto that level. And when it pulls back, the coin pushes into the other coins. Some of them fall down onto the next level. And as that level pulls back, those coins push on the previous level, making some of the coins fall off the front of this level onto the base. And then those coins get pushed all the way into the other coins, and a few of the coins fall down the front gap, and you see them come out beneath the machine in a little hole in the front of the machine. You play this machine for a little while, knowing that you have to be careful because it's so easy to get carried away and find yourself putting all of your money into the machine. And so you take some of that money and you repeat the process again, timing when you put the coin into the machine, watching it go through its process of merging with the other coins, making some coins full, which makes some more coins full, and then eventually some more coins fall out the base. And when you decide that you're not likely to be so successful with this machine, you look at the others in this area and you play on a few other machines, playing the same game. And you manage to make a bit of profit and decide not to reinvest it into this game, but to take that profit and see what else there is here. And so you continue wandering around and you see a shooting game. You place some coins into that shooting game. And there's a gun attached to a metal wire that goes into the machine. And it makes the gun handle a bit weird. Almost like it's always feeling like it's about to be pulled out of your hand. And the countdown comes on screen. 3, 2, 1. And with 1, the numbers disappear. And the screen begins to move, moving you around an environment where zombies suddenly jump out from the left, the right, pop up from behind things, run in from around corners. And occasionally there'll be people being chased by the zombies who suddenly pop into frame and run past. And you have to carefully shoot at those zombies while avoiding shooting at the ordinary people who keep running past. And the gun makes a very cheap sounding firing sound as you fire. A very low quality voice talks to you from the machine, saying things like, "Great job, way to go, you've almost got them all, oh bad luck, wow, you nearly did it." And the better you play, the faster the game seems to get, the faster the movement on screen seems to happen, the faster it's as if you're walking. faster through this environment. And with each shot that you take, a flash happens on screen, almost like the whole screen just momentarily goes white. And you give this game a few goes until you can enter your name at the top of the leaderboard. And you scroll through the letters to input your first letter on the name, and press along and scroll through for the second letter and then the third letter, and then select end. Once you're at the top of the scoreboard, you then decide to move on to the next game. And you look around to see what next to play. You see a motorbike game, so you sit on the motorbike, and it naturally flops left and right. It seems very loose. You insert the coins. You watch the countdown. 3, 2, 1. And then the game starts. You lean that motorbike left and right as you follow the track, racing against the other racers. And again, you play this game a few times just to get yourself onto the leaderboard, inputting your name, before continuing to look around in this arcade. You find a snowboarding game that has a giant screen, a square pad in front of the screen, and a fake snowboard in the middle of that pad. Alongside the screen, there seems to be fans, and surrounding the screen are speakers, and the speakers seem to also surround the pad that you're stood on. And so you insert some money, stand on the snowboard, you get that countdown, 3, 2, 1. On the countdown of 1, the game starts. You keep your balance on that snowboard, snowboarding down a mountain, weaving left and right, bending and flexing your knees to take jumps on the game, with the sounds moving around you through the speakers as if you're really there. The fans on, blasting air at you, give you that sense that you're snowboarding rapidly down a mountain. And the air genuinely feels cold from those fans, enhancing the effect further. And you have a number of goes on this game to get yourself onto the leaderboard. And you look around for a bit longer to see what other games there are. And you see that there's a section which seems to be shut off by a giant velvet curtain, almost like a curtain you would find on a stage in a theatre. And as it's so quiet here, there's the member of staff in the booth where you can get some change. And they look particularly bored as most people who come in here get their change from the machines. And there are very, very few people in this arcade. And so you look around briefly. You run your fingers along the velvety curtain. You feel the weight of that velvety curtain. You keep running your fingers along, searching for the parting to see, because it looks like there's got to be two curtains hanging here. So you search for that parting. And you find the parting, running your fingers along. You take one last glance around you, curious what's going to be the other side of the curtains. Letting the curtains close behind you as you swiftly step through. And the other side of the curtains, it's surprising how much those velvet curtains numb the sound. You can barely hear the arcade machines the other side of those curtains. And this side is just lit by a soft glow. You can't quite see where the glow is coming from. And each footstep you take on the carpet this side has the dullest of dull thuds. And there seems to be no reverberation of sound, making it seem especially quiet. And so you walk, exploring this area, and it largely seems to be empty, but it's a reasonably large space this side of the velvet curtain. And you notice one area seems particularly dark, and you walk towards that dark area, and you find that there seems to be an underground tunnel. That seems carpeted and well maintained, at least at the entrance. That seems to almost blend from the room to the tunnel. So you begin to follow this tunnel, walking into the darkness. No sound reverberating off the walls. The floor carpeted, absorbing each footstep. You shine a torch, and the torch lights up your way, but the light just seems to be absorbed by the material around the sides and by the carpet. And so even with the torch, you can't discern much about where you are and where you're going. And eventually, after some time following this tunnel, feeling like you're going deeper and deeper underground, you encounter a wall, and in that wall is a single door. You open that door easily and effortlessly just by turning the handle. And there's a slight creak from opening the door. but not a sound that would travel very far. With the lack of reverberation in this tunnel, you walk into the room, and as you do, a soft glow lights up this room. And in the middle of the room, you see a table and a chair. And the chair has the most comfortable looking back and seat. And this room has soft carpet as well. So you walk over, you sit down at that table, noticing in front of you is a pack of colouring pencils and a colouring book. And you open that colouring book to look at what the pictures are inside here. You see the first picture. Looks like it's a toad, and you carefully colour that toad in, gently taking your time to colour the toad in. A slightly different shade of green for its belly under its chin, darker green for its back, its legs, blue sky, some green leaves, a little bit of blue on the underside of the leaves, colouring in the rest of the foliage, and turning the page. Curious what this image is. Looks like sand dunes. And so you colour in the sand dunes, the sky, and a little creature in those sand dunes. You turn the page and colour in a picture of a dairy cow wearing a large cowbell, standing in a field on a beautiful summer's day. Find yourself absorbed in colouring in these pictures in this colouring book, feeling a deep sense of peace and tranquility. And when you colour in the next picture, it's a picture of a robot holding a music box, turning the handle of the music box, and an orchid rising out of the music box. And you think it's the most unusual picture to be colouring in. And as you finish colouring in the orchid, you hear a slight rumble sound. And then notice the back walls of this room slowly sliding apart. You close the colouring book. You leave the chair. You walk towards those sliding doors. You notice that there seems to be another passageway the other side of those sliding doors. You walk down that passageway. Only this passageway you can hear some sounds in the distance. What sounds like nature, sounds almost like the sounds of a forest. And as you approach the end of this passageway, there's light working its way in. You notice vines hanging across the entrance. You can see the slightest hint of blue sky through the mottled effect of the leaves of the trees. And you find yourself coming out into a forest, smelling the fresh forest air. You turn and look at where you came from, and it appears to just be a large cliff with this entrance in the cliff. This doesn't seem like the kind of location you left in. As you look back the way you came, you don't imagine that this forest is just a handful of 100 meters from that arcade, because you know the city with the arcade. You know the size of the city and that there is no forest in or next to the city. And yet here you are, standing in a forest, sounds of forest birds around you, the feeling of a slight breeze on your cheeks, the sense of the forest, sounds of the rustling leaves as the wind blows a breeze. And as you walk deeper into the forest, you start to get a whiff of gingerbread, the most pleasant scent of gingerbread. You begin to follow your nose through the forest, following that scent of gingerbread. Until you encounter what looks like a lost city in this forest of gingerbread houses, the most incredible sight. And out of one of the gingerbread houses walks White Mouse, wearing jeans and a t-shirt. And this mouse comes over to you. And in the most unusual British accent, the mouse explains that this is their home, that this city has been lost from civilization, that they've been able to evolve here, their ancestors, themselves, they've been able to evolve here and really enjoy the peace and the harmony here. And this mouse invites you into their home. They offer you a cup of tea. They go to one of their gingerbread bricks of the house. They chip off a bit of the gingerbread brick. They place some of that brick on a plate. And they offer you those gingerbread slithers with your tea. And they say it's okay, they'll replace that brick later. And so you drink the tea, dunking those gingerbread slithers, having that sensation of eating the soggy gingerbread from the warm tea. The gingerbread taste hitting your tongue, the scent of the gingerbread. As you work your way through those gingerbread slithers and the cup of tea, and the mouse continues to talk to you. And they tell you about an old tradition, a tradition of heightened awareness, of being able to access higher consciousness. They say that they're happy to guide you through that experience. Once you finish the tea and gingerbread slithers, they walk you over to a chair. They sit you down in that chair, in the most comfortable chair you've ever sat in, that you sink into so deeply and comfortably. You're almost not aware of your body held in that position. It just feels so comfortable. And they pull up a chair near to you, and their chair doesn't look as comfortable as yours. And they begin to talk to you, saying they're going to guide you into that altered state of consciousness, that heightened state of consciousness and awareness. They tell you to help this work most effectively. They're just going to mix up a gingerbread biscuit. They'll just give a moment for that biscuit to set. It's a gingerbread biscuit with some fluorescent glowing mushrooms ground up into a fluorescent powder, sprinkled in with the gingerbread brick dust, a little dash of water, stirred up, made into a paste, placed on a baking tray and in the oven. And in just a minute or so, it's dried out to the point that it looks just like a biscuit, with fluorescent flecks within it. And they offer you that biscuit, and so you snap the biscuit in half. You consume the first half, tasting that gingerbread. You consume the second half. And then they say, okay, now, take a moment to follow along to me. And as you follow along to me and to what I say here, the biscuit will begin to take effect. And so while I'm talking to you and the biscuit takes effect, you can take a moment to close your eyes. And with your eyes closed, you can listen to my voice in the background as you begin to journey to a higher level of consciousness. I'm curious about the experience that you'll have as you enter that higher level of consciousness. And so with your eyes closed, resting there in that chair, be aware of a warm light as it spreads out from your stomach up to your chest. And as you breathe in, that warm light spreads from your chest out around your body to the tips of your fingers, up into your head, down to your feet. The warm light tickles and warms your cheeks, your nose, your forehead, down the back of your neck, down to your bottom, down through your body, your stomach, down through your legs to the tips of your toes. And then as you breathe out any doubt, any worries, any negativity, any problem. Breathing in health, well-being, peace, serenity. Breathing out any worries, any negativity, any problems. Breathing in health, serenity and well-being. Perhaps noticing the shoulders becoming heavier, maybe the hands or the arms becoming heavier. Perhaps you're beginning to become more stationary as you relax deeper and deeper into the experience. Breathing in peace and love and harmony, a deep sense of serenity. Breathing out any worries or negativity. And as your body continues to drift and relax, that mushroom can begin to work its magic as you begin to travel to a higher plane psychologically, as a mind drifting, floating through space and time, through the multiverses of reality. And you begin to settle into the most pleasant meadow. I don't know how you will notice that meadow, its undulating hills, the scents of the flowers, the insects buzzing around from flower to flower, rustling of the odd tree, of those leaves in the breeze, experiencing a deep sense of peace. And as you find yourself in that meadow, perhaps you lean down to touch, to explore its reality, to feel what the grass feels like, the flowing grass tickling the underside of your hand, tickling between your fingers as you run your fingers through the grass, like running your fingers through long hair. Sitting down in this meadow, just observing, absorbed in the moment. when a llama wearing a smart suit and a long tie approaches, and this llama tells you, "Follow me as we go to a nearby spring." And so you stand up and follow that llama as they walk through the meadow, and you begin to hear the distant sound of gently flowing water. And you follow this llama as they head along towards the stream, and then eventually find the stream, and they follow the stream to its source. And at its source, in the most beautiful countryside, you see that spring. They tell you to pick up one of the glass bottles next to the spring, to fill that glass bottle with water, and to taste that water, and feel the sensation of the cool water flowing down your throat, through your body, healing, comforting, relaxing you deeper and deeper into the experience, filling you with a sense of peace and positivity. And you can notice a glow around your body as you drink that water, and the llama explains that this is like a magical well. It's a magical spring here at the source of this river. And it's at the spring, it's at the source where the magic is most concentrated. Its magical healing powers fill the water, but as the water flows downstream into the river, it dilutes and spreads out, and its potency is reduced. But here it's at maximum potency. And they explain to you that this experience can help you to find some inner learning by being able to connect on a deep and fundamental level across the multiverses, to explore them and hold the ideas of the multiverse in mind all at once. And while you rest here and drift into a reverie next to the stream, your mind drifts and explores the multiverse of possibilities. You have a sense of the unusual journey that you've been on to get to this point. In your mind's eye, you see a unicorn coming to greet you, and riding on that unicorn to the most incredible and complex looking maze, and then following your way through that maze, encountering a centaur in this maze, outsmarting that centaur with a tune on a marimba, which triggers a magic spell and a change in the layout of the maze, opening a path for the player while closing paths for the centaur. And being able to memorize the changes to the maze before finding the center of a maze and seeing floating above a plinth what looks like a real planet, and realizing it's a representation of a real planet, and reaching out with two hands, touching that representation of a real planet, and then the maze disappears and you find yourself in an instant floating in a spacecraft above that real planet. And then you fly down to the planet's surface. And on the planet's surface, you see some unusual beings seeming to be having a snowball fight. But you get told by the unicorn that they're not having a snowball fight. They're balls of ideas, thoughts, concepts, and they're sharing those with each other. And you explore this planet for a while, before being guided by the unicorn to what looks like a sheer cliff. And the unicorn rubs the cliff with its horn, scratching at the cliff. And then a door in the cliff opens. You enter this cave. And inside the cave, you see that mouse. And the mouse greets you and says, "This is deep inside your unconscious now. And this is the heart of your unconscious. And this whole planet contains the wisdom and understanding of your unconscious. And everything to here has been a metaphor of the journey it takes and the steps you need to make to reach the heart of your unconscious. And now we're here. You're going to touch this orb, and the mouse holds out an orb, places the orb down on a little stand. And the mouse says, "You're going to touch this orb. And when you do, you're going to connect with the deep, unconscious part of yourself to bring a deep sense of peace and understanding and wisdom, to make deep and meaningful changes that will empower you, that will have a lasting impact on your everyday life." And so, with a moment's trepidation, you reach out, you touch that orb, and you feel a sense of blue energy passing from the orb up your arm into you, passing through you and back down into the ground, and transforming you, circling around and beginning to transform you from the inside out, making deep and powerful changes to you and your perception of the world and reality. And you feel yourself becoming the person you want to be, easily and effortlessly. And the experience is so overwhelming. You just feel such a deep sense of peace and tranquility. It's almost as if you drift deeper and deeper with the experience. And then after a while of drifting deeper and deeper with the experience, just allowing the experience to happen to you. Once it's complete, the experience gently fades, and as it fades, so everything around you begins to fade. The reality here begins to fade. You gently find yourself opening your eyes, sitting in that incredibly comfortable chair, the mouse sitting across from you, the most gentle and calming smile on their face. As they say welcome back, I hope you enjoyed your trip. And they guide you gently back. They help to comfort you, keep you arousing softly, gently, peacefully, not jumping to wakeful awareness too fast, just at the right rate and speed for you. They then make you another drink while chatting with you about the experience, about the deep and profound meaning of the experience. Before they say it's time now for you to go, and they guide you back to the edge of the lost city. As you follow the rest of the path back to that tunnel, you follow your way through the tunnel, finding your way back to the arcade. You head through that velvet curtain. The arcade is as quiet and empty as it was when you were last here. You leave the arcade and, avoiding the carnival, you head home. You rest down for the night. And you begin to drift and float, so peacefully, so calmly and relaxed asleep, knowing that changes are occurring each time you sleep and dream, that you had a profound experience that's going to have a lasting impact on you. As you drift and float so peacefully and comfortably into slumberland. And this is a sleep story where you find yourself walking through woodland on the most beautiful evening. And as you walk through this woodland, you're heading through the woodland towards a distant palace. And while walking through the woodland, smelling those woodland scents, aware of the sounds of woodland animals, the rustling of the leaves, the occasional cool breeze on your face, the crunching of the leaves underfoot with each step that you take. There can be a certain stillness, a certain comfortable silence to the woodland. Not a silence in a real sense, but a sense that you would describe as a silence, where there is just reduced sound here in the woods, just the sound of nature. As you continue to walk so peacefully, and you're off to this palace to visit the fairy queen who lives in the palace. She has called upon you for some help, and so you continue travelling through this woodland, following a path which is barely a path, heading deeper into the woods, until after a while you begin to notice the distant sound of flowing water and the faintest scent in the air of the water. And as you arrive at the water and see that crystal clear fresh water which has been flowing down from the mountains, filtered over thousands of years, you drink some of that cold water. Listen to the babbling of that water as it flows downstream through this woodland, carving its own path, its own destiny. You then craft a raft by cutting down some branches from trees nearby, weaving them together with some vines, carving a paddle, climbing onto your raft, and following this river downstream, going with the flow, just using the paddle to keep yourself on track. And sometimes the river would broaden, the water would slow. Other times the river would narrow and the water would speed up. And so you just follow this path, following this river. And sometimes you know you're heading in the direction you want to go. And other times the river would twist and turn in alternative directions. But you trust that generally the river is going to head through this woodland, taking you closer to the palace that you seek. And eventually, as the sun begins to set, and the moon and stars begin to dapple across the sky, like a milky blanket, bringing a deeper sense of peace and calm. You find yourself exiting the woodland, and you can see in the distance that palace. As you pull over with your raft to the shore, into the meadow beyond the woodland, up on the shore, you set up a camp. You light a campfire, gazing out across the undulating hills in the direction of that palace, knowing tomorrow you'll continue your journey to arrive at the palace. But for now, you're going to have something to eat, rest by the campfire before settling down in your camp, drifting and floating, so comfortably, so peacefully asleep. And as you drift asleep, so your mind begins to wander. You begin to imagine a chalkboard in your mind. A chalkboard filling your awareness, and you see writing appearing on that chalkboard. You see numbers 3, and then the numbers are raised, and then the number 2 written on the chalkboard, and then the numbers are raised, and then the number 1 on the chalkboard, and then the numbers are raised. And then the words sleep now. And then those words are erased. And then in your mind's eye it looks like the entire chalkboard is erased, with the eraser going over the whole chalkboard, rubbing the whole thing out. And all you see in its place, a sheep in a field. And you begin to count those sheep. And as you count those sheep, from time to time you lose count, you lose track of the numbers. Sometimes you just lose concentration for a moment. And so you begin again, counting those sheep. And then something will happen, and some of those sheep will move and intersperse, and mingle in new ways. And so you'll start counting those sheep again. And it can be exhausting work to be counting those sheep. And so you focus extra hard on the counting those sheep again. But then again they move and change position. And you continue doing this in your mind until a moment happens where it becomes too much effort to keep putting in effort to counting sheep. And at that point, you notice you've been pointing and looking at different sheep, trying to count them, but haven't actually been counting. You find yourself turning away from the sheep, walking along the side of the field, climbing over a sty and heading into some woodland, walking peacefully calmly through this woodland, taking in the environment, finding this so much more relaxing than trying to count those sheep. With the light dimming to the point where you can see some fireflies, and you begin to follow those fireflies deeper and deeper into the woodland, and as you follow the fireflies, they stop and start to hover above one specific location. It looks like a tree stump here in this woodland, and you walk to where those fireflies are hovering. You take a look at that tree stump, you run your fingers around the bark of the tree stump, you run your fingers over the top of the tree stump. You can feel the gentle softness of the moss on the side of the tree stump. And as you run your fingers over the tree stump, the strangest thing occurs. The top of the tree stump seems to open, as if it's just disappeared and moved downwards out of sight. And you can see what looks like some steps, and so you gently climb into the tree stump, lowering yourself down to the steps, and you begin to follow those steps, curious where they'll take you, walking all the way down to the base, to the bottom of those steps, deep in this tree trunk, into a cave underneath this tree trunk. Walking down 20, 19, 18, 17, each step taking you deeper and deeper into the experience. 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, going all the way. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, deeper and deeper. 4, 3, 2, 1, stepping off the bottom step into this cave, looking up and seeing the entrance. Taking a couple of steps and just noticing the way the sound seems to echo slightly and reverberate around this cave. Lighting a torch to get a better view of the inside of this cave. Having a feeling like you're walking deeper and deeper into your subconscious mind, as if searching for some hidden secret, something deeply curious, something wise from within you, that's almost like a name on the tip of the tongue, an answer you know, you just don't happen to know it. And you explore this cave, and while exploring this cave, you discover a chest, and this chest is a wooden chest with some ornate golden fringes to it. And you feel around that chest, feeling the wood, feeling the gold, feeling how cool the gold feels compared to the wood, and how smooth that gold is. And you open the chest, and there's a glow from the chest. and contained within, you find some scales, and you find some stones. And you take those stones out of the chest and the scales, and you try placing those stones on the scales in different orders, trying to make it so that both sides weigh the same. And it takes a while, but eventually you manage to make it so that both sides weigh the same. And as soon as both sides weigh the same, so the scales pull down ever so slightly, triggering a mechanism within the scales, and a light rises from the top of the scales. And that light spreads out and begins to illuminate the back wall of the cave. But you notice that it's not just a light illuminating the back wall. It illuminates that back wall, making it look like a portal to another time. And you see, on that back wall, what looks like you enjoying a meal with friends. You can see yourself laughing and having a good time. And yet, you know that inside your mind in that situation, you're not thinking of yourself as enjoying yourself or having a good time. You feel like you're going with the motions and you're just going along with the experience, playing a role. You really want to enjoy yourself, but you don't believe you are. And you remember that when you got home, you felt like you might have been enjoying yourself, but didn't feel like you were. And you know the contradiction of that within yourself. And you know something is supposed to be learned from this. And you stand up and walk over and take a closer look. And as you take a closer look, so the scene changes to something you've never seen before. And you reach out, expecting to touch a wall, almost as if the wall was being used as a cinema projection. And you step into that wall, finding that there's no wall there. You're stepping into the scene, as if you're teleporting to another time, another place. You look around and find that you're in a library. And the librarian comes over and hands you a book. And they say it's page 27 that you want. And then the answers will be on page 42. And you look at page 27, curious what will be on that page. And you read a question that makes you think, with curiosity. And you turn to page 42 and you discover the answer. And you discover that answer in an instinctive way. And as you close the book, so the scene changes, and you find yourself in a greenhouse in the middle of a desert. And there are tomatoes growing in this greenhouse. And you check on those tomatoes, help tend with those tomatoes. But outside the greenhouse, you can just see the beauty and the vastness of the desert. You leave that greenhouse, feeling the warmth of the desert, the dryness of the desert, and as you turn around, you see that the greenhouse has changed from a glass house into a house which is green, stood here very conspicuously in the middle of a desert of orangey sand. And as a sandstorm whips up in the desert and begins to approach, you open the door to this green house, dashing in and closing the door behind you to avoid that sandstorm, only to find yourself now in the most cosy looking cottage, with a comfortable fire crackling in a fireplace, the most comfortable looking chair, small windows. As you look out those windows, you can see it's a snowy village, the most picturesque scene you can imagine. You go near to the window, aware that last time you were outside it was desert. Curious about the strangeness of the experience, you touch the window, and you can feel that coldness of the snow and ice outside, feeling that coldness, the numb coolness, spreading in through your fingertips, the palm of your hand, down through your body, to anywhere that needs pain being healed. Noticing that happening within you, until the hand no longer feels cool touching the pane of glass. It feels the same temperature as the glass. And so you then take your hand from the pane of glass, leaving that pane in place, over there, walking away from the pane of glass. Settling down into the chair by the fireplace, feeling the warmth of that crackling fire, tingling and touching and tickling your cheeks. The most pleasant and comfortable warmth you can imagine. So cozy, so relaxing. The perfect environment for an autumn day or a winter's day. And finding the chair so relaxing that your eyes just begin to want to close and you begin to drift comfortably asleep in this chair, all the time going deeper and deeper into this dream, almost forgetting that you're relaxing in a meadow, sleeping, ready to complete your journey to the palace tomorrow. Sleeping deeper and deeper. And as you sleep deeper and deeper, so you have that feeling like you're weightless and just floating so comfortably as your mind and body use this sleep to heal yourself. And then eventually morning swings around and you awaken exactly when you should to feel most alert, refreshed, revitalized, to have had the maximum amount of dreaming sleep and deep recuperative healing sleep. and you awake in that meadow, overlooking the undulating hills and the palace in the distance, the way the morning sun glistens and glints off the palace, sparkling on the windows. You clear everything away, take your raft back into the water, and continue your journey towards the palace. And it takes most of the day, weaving, winding, continuing along that river, before arriving near the palace, exiting the raft, crossing a bridge, heading to the enormous palace doors, knocking on the knocker on the door, and the palace opens the door, and you walk in, and you meet the fairy princess. And the fairy princess says that they've been wanting your help. That's why they called you to the land. And the fairy princess gives a whistle, and out trots Pegasus, the most beautiful, glowing white horse with wings, wings almost of a dove's wings. And the fairy princess says that you'll need to fly to another land on Pegasus, where you'll explore and find a passion fruit. There's a special kind of passion fruit that needs to be returned to the palace. And the fairy princess says that they need to use that passion fruit to imbue the water with the passion, because the people of the nearby village have been cursed by a witch, and that witch removed their passion, and that the people of the village have lost all motivation or desire to do things. And the fairy princess says that she can't leave the palace to do this task herself. And you agree that you'll do it for her. You climb up onto Pegasus, trot through the palace, outside, into the grounds of the palace, before turning into a canter and launching into the air, flapping the wings, and flying and setting off in search of that passion fruit. And Pegasus bursts into a gallop, heading away from the palace, away from the direction you had come from, heading towards what looks like a storm, lightning glowing in the clouds. The undulating greyness of those clouds, the sheets of rain sweeping across the land. And as Pegasus gallops faster and faster towards those clouds, they create something of a sonic boom, but almost a magical boom that disrupts the clouds, triggering the slightest break in the clouds, allowing some sunlight to shine through to the rain below. And suddenly, as if if out of nowhere a rainbow forms. Pegasus turns onto that rainbow, and as the clouds are reforming and the rainbow's beginning to dim, Pegasus speeds up faster and faster, galloping on that rainbow, almost with sparkling, twinkling light emanating with each step, with the contact with that rainbow. Before suddenly, as if in a clap of thunder, everything vanishes, and you and Pegasus find yourself galloping above a beautiful old-fashioned looking city with hanging gardens, vast sprawls of gardens. Pegasus comes back down to earth, slows down to a trot and then a walk among these gardens, the most incredible smelling flowers, butterflies darting from flower to flower, birds flying around the garden. And then Pegasus comes to a halt, and you dismount and begin to search this garden, unsure quite what you're looking for. And while searching the garden, you see a small wooden bridge over a stream through this garden. And stood on the far side of the bridge is a person with their back to you. And you head over the bridge and you call out to them, to engage them in conversation, to ask them if they know where the passion fruit is. And that person turns to face you, and they're tall and slender, with the most incredible grey hair, the wisest of beards, the friendliest of smiles, and the most original looking magic wand. And they describe themselves as a wise one, but say that others just call them a wizard. And you ask them whether they know where the passion fruit are, that you're searching for passion fruit. And you explain about what's going on in the land you came from. And they tell you that they can guide you to the location, but only through knowledge. And they ask you to take a seat opposite them. And so you both sit down near the bridge. They tell you they're going to guide you into an experience where you'll both be able to access the Akashic records, like a giant library that exists, that takes on the form it needs to for the viewer to access knowledge. And while sat opposite you, they begin to pass a hand over your face. You notice the shadow of the hand moving down across your face as they say deeper and deeper, all the way, that's it, deeper and deeper into the experience. And they don't really say much else, that's enough to guide you go deeper and deeper into the experience. And then you find yourself feeling compelled to want to open your eyes. And they tell you to open your eyes. And as you open your eyes, you look around. And your environment has become the most incredible looking library. And they stand up with you and walk around. And they seem to be holding a compass, and they ask you again, what is it you seek? And you tell them, and they look back to their compass. And the needle changes as if to be directing to what it is you're searching. And so you follow that compass, the two of you walking together, until eventually they stop at a shelf. They pick a book off of the shelf. They open that book. And inside the book are the directions to a tree which contains that specific kind of passion fruit. And it's almost like a tree that's mixed with an overgrown bush. It's the most unusual looking plant you've ever seen. And so you take a note, just a mental note, of what you're searching for. And you see the symbols next to it telling you how to get to that tree. That it's situated on an island. And that there are some sailboats to take to get to that island. That you can't get there on Pegasus, because the low cloud cover above the island has strange properties which take away the ability to fly. The idea being that it protects the island from any intruders. The only way to it is by sea and permission. And so you feel you've got what you came here for. And as you open your eyes, you find yourselves sat where you were when you closed them. And this wise person tells you to set off on your journey. You know where to go, and so you head back to Pegasus and you trot down to the seashore, and you can see those sailboats along the seashore. And as you explore the sailboats, looking for someone who can take you from here to there, you see a knight standing very stationary and confidently, as if waiting for their duty. And you explain to them what you're trying to achieve, and they tell you they'll take you over in their sailboat. And so Pegasus stays on the shore as you and the knight board that boat and travel off towards the island. And while travelling towards that island, the sea becomes increasingly rough. And the night remains increasingly calm, while everything else around them is everything but calm. And they manage to navigate among the waves, knowing when to turn into waves, when to go with waves, when to have sails up and sails down, when to lean left and right, when to go with the experience and when to go against the experience. And the whole experience is quite an experience for you as you learn and realize this is another lesson, almost like a test on the journey to the island. And on arrival at the island, the boat is moored and the knight says they'll stay on board. But it's your job to do this alone. As you disembark the boat, you explore the island searching for that tree. You find the tree with that passion fruit. You pick a passion fruit from the tree. And there's something unusual about this passion fruit. It doesn't look like the sort of passion fruit that you might eat. It looks very different. Like it's something entirely different and unique. You begin your journey back. The knight supporting you on the journey back to the seashore. The journey back being significantly calmer than the journey there, as if nothing is trying to disrupt the flow home. Travelling on Pegasus, finding a storm, charging through that storm, as if to charge and disrupt the clouds, triggering a rainbow, galloping on the rainbow, and passing back into your own land, heading back to that palace. And back at the palace, you head in, and the fairy princess takes that passion fruit from you, and they gently open the passion fruit, and inside is a glowing worm, emanating comfort, peace, love, the most relaxing glow you've ever seen. And that glowing worm leaves the passion fruit as if its life cycle has been triggered to the next stage. It climbs up to the underside of a shelf, forming a cocoon, and it doesn't take long before the cocoon begins to move and writhe gently. And right before your eyes, the most incredibly beautiful butterfly emerges. And at the same time, some of the seeds within the passion fruit seem to be evoked into growth, into small sprouts with little flowers on top. And the butterfly feeds on the nectar from those flowers, pollinates those flowers, And all this happening in quick time. Those flowers seem to fruit, creating multiple small fruits, which the fairy princess bags up into a small Hessian tiny bag. And she says those will be sent back to replace the one we've used to begin the cycle of growing more. And the butterfly flies off through a window, and she hands you the 2 sides of passion fruit and says, squeeze this into the river. It'll flow downstream and bring passion back to the citizens here. And so you head out, you head back to that river, and you squeeze out the passion fruit into the river. You see the way its colour dyes the water and begins to mix with the water as it passes by. And the people of the village will use this water for drinking water, for cooking with it. And they'll use this water and so consume the passion fruit and gain their passion back, gain their motivation back. And once you've done your task, you head back to the palace. The princess thanks you before you start your journey back home to your own village miles away. And you know it'll take a few days to head back to your village. And you know you're going to enjoy the journey, the peace of nature. And days later, back in your village, you're relaxing in the garden of your cottage, when an owl almost silently lands in the garden, over on a branch in a tree, and the owl seems to be carrying a scroll. You open the scroll, and it's from the fairy princess, thanking you for your help, explaining the difference you made, the way everyone got better, the way everyone gained back their passion, and some of the changes that have occurred because of that. And attached to the scroll is a golden coin, and in the scroll it says that this coin is a gift to bring good luck. It's a magic coin. Whenever you need good luck, whenever you need confidence, whatever it is you need, just carry this coin on you. Have it in a pocket or some other easy to reach location. And whenever you need that good luck or whatever it is you need, just gently hold that coin in your hand or squeeze it between your fingers. And think about what it is that you need in that moment. And it shall be there, and it shall happen. And with that, you safely store the scroll. That night, you head to bed, and with a sense of completion, a sense of curiosity for future adventures. You drift and float comfortably and relax asleep into slumberland. Now this is a story about a fairy who's playing her magical guitar while gazing over the beautiful landscape before encountering a mouse which guides her on the most incredible inner journey of discovery and deep relaxation to understand the true nature of reality and change. So just take a moment to allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And with your eyes closed, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster to the sound of my voice or whether it'll be to the spaces between my words. And as you comfortably drift asleep, I'm just going to tell this sleep story in the background. And this is a sleep story about a fairy who lives in a vineyard. And this fairy is relaxing one day in this vineyard. She's sitting on a log, strumming a guitar, plucking those delicate strings of that guitar. Her fairy's song so delicately, calmly rising in that guitar, almost like a mist of multicoloured, multi-sensory peace and harmony. And as she so beautifully plucks at that guitar, so she finds herself drifting peacefully into a reverie in her own mind, almost being transported by the music. And she reaches that state of mind where she's unsure whether she's creating music which is helping to guide her state and guide her deeper and deeper into the experience, or whether her state of drifting deeper and deeper relaxed is guiding her guitar playing. And as she sits on that log playing that guitar so peacefully, so calmly and gently, the fairy can feel the gentle breeze on her face and the sensation of that breeze blowing through her wings, the rustling of leaves overhead in the nearby trees, the sight of the grass undulating like waves as the breeze passes across that grass. The faint scent of flowers, so sweet, tickling the nostrils with each breath, where the clouds are dancing by across the sky, calmly, gently, moving so peacefully as she drifts deeper and deeper into her guitar playing reverie. She can feel the sensation of the trunk underneath her while she plays, playing the most beautiful melody of peace and calmness, tranquility, drifting into her experience. As the day gently passes and the sun softly moves across the sky, and while she plays that guitar, As she does most days, she comes to this location, relaxes, getting some fresh air, and drifting into her own world while playing, gazing down over the vineyard, and watching the world go by, people working in the vineyard, the little village beyond the vineyard. And today felt like any other day. Just relaxing there, playing the guitar. And while she continued to play that guitar, in a moment's pause between some notes, she heard the faintest of claps. She turned to see who it was, and she saw a friendly little mouse standing by a tree. And that friendly little mouse clapped, applauding her playing, told her how beautiful her playing was in its squeaky mouse voice. And the fairy engaged with the mouse, having a polite and friendly conversation. And the mouse said, "Your music is like magic. It seems to evoke magical powers, almost as if it's channeling the energy of the universe through the vibrations of the strings." And the fairy said, "The strings, that's the theory. It is about channeling vibrations and knowing which vibrations to cause. Different vibrations lead to different states of being, of mind and body and reality." And the mouse said, "I think I have a book you may well be interested in seeing." And the fairy packed away her guitar and followed that mouse as it tootled along around the tree, headed into a small hole in the front of another tree. And the fairy followed, having to tilt the guitar case slightly to fit through the hole, following the mouse into the darkness of this tree, following the mouse through the inside of this tree. And this tree was so dark she could just about see the outline of the mouse. But the deeper into the tree they went, the less light reached them from that opening into the tree. And just as she thought she was about to lose track of the mouse, because it was getting darker and darker, she heard the sound of a latch click and a door unlock. Then a large wooden door creaked and swung open. She could see light again, and the mouse welcomed her in and invited her into its home. And walked her around the home, showing her the different items on the shelves. And then walked her to a bookcase and told her that this is a magic bookshelf. These books on this bookshelf are magic. And I think that you'll find one of these books deeply interesting. And the fairy asked, why? And the mouse explained that they're not going to tell her. It'll be down to her to discover that. That the magic of this will be greater if she discovers that for herself. And so the fairy looks at the different books, pulls one of the books off the shelf, has a flick through the book, places it back on the shelf, pulls another book off a shelf, has a look through that book and places it back on the shelf. It's only when they get to the third book they pull off the shelf. They open the book and notice a fold-out page, and the mouse has the slightest smile on their face. The fairy folds out that page, reveals the most beautiful painting of the ocean. And the mouse says that this book is magic, and this painting is magic. This painting is magic in the same way that your music is magic. The fairy takes her guitar out, strums the strings, and as the notes vibrate, so the painting seems to vibrate gently. And while it's vibrating, so it seems to deepen, and seems to get deeper and deeper. And as it gets deeper and deeper, it starts to appear more 3D. And while it appears more three-dimensional, Fairy notices it seems to be almost coming alive, as if that ocean scene is real, like a window upon the real ocean. And with a second strum on the guitar strings, it's almost as if harmony or a resonance is formed between vibrating strings and the 3D landscape. And that 3D landscape begins to suck the fairy into the painting, and the mouse says, "Go with the experience. You'll be pleasantly surprised." And so the fairy goes with the experience, relaxes, and drifts and floats into that painting. And the more they float into the painting, the more they can hear the sound of the waves crashing on the shore below, see the clouds in the sky, and they find themselves stood atop the hill leading down to the ocean, with the view very much like it looked in the painting. And out to sea in this painting, she noticed how rough the water was, the white water, travelling to the shore, crashing on the shore below, the churning, grinding sound as the waves pulled back out to sea. And the fairy could see a whale swimming far out to sea, looking almost like an island. only the movement revealing its true identity, and an occasional break in the cloud as shards of light dance and shimmer through the hazy sky and across the surface of the ocean. And the fairy finds her way down to the seashore. As she's walking down to the seashore, she occasionally turns back to look behind her. But looking behind just looks like what is in the opposite direction in this landscape. She can't see where she came from. But she feels so intrigued, she continues to follow the path down to the seashore. And down by the seashore, she finds a bench. She sits on that bench. She can smell the salty sea air, feeling the sea spray as the waves crash on the shore. And some of that spray finds its way to her face, her cheeks. And she rests on that bench, watches that whale as it leaps from the water, splashes down on its back. Curious what she would hear if she could hear under the water. And then while looking around and just enjoying the environment, feeling the temperature of this location, hearing the sound of the ocean, watching the clouds pass by, that whale swimming out to sea. She hears a rumble noise, an almost growl in the distance, and a thud sound. Curious what this is, she looks around her and she spies a dragon flying from the distance, heading closer and closer to her. Its wings making a thudding sound with each beat. Thump, 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 thump. And eventually that dragon gets close enough to land. The dragon lands on the stony beach. Sounds of the stones sliding, moving beneath its feet. And in a booming voice, the dragon calls the fairy over. And asks the fairy to climb on its back, and says, "I've got somewhere to show you." So the fairy climbs on the dragon's back. The dragon launches high into the sky, starts to fly over the ocean, and the fairy can see the patterns of the waves from above, that whale still swimming down there. And the fairy can see that there is an island off in the distance, and the dragon appears to be heading towards that island. And while the dragon flies, it barely says a word, just focuses on its journey. And spray in the air continues to strike the fairy's face with that salty tasting moisture, before eventually arriving at the island, landing at the island. The fairy notices there's a structure here, dismounts the dragon, heads into the structure, discovers this is an unusual spa. And so the fairy explores the spa, and in the middle of this spa is a shimmering, shining tree. And tending to this shimmering, shining, incredibly healthy looking tree is a green fairy. And the green fairy welcomes this fairy, and on welcoming the fairy, they walk this fairy to what looks like a building, except that this building, instead of a doorway, seems to have a pulsing portal. And so the two fairies walk through that portal, the fairy experiencing a slight tingle through her body as she passes through that portal. And the other side of the portal looks like she's in a shop. Only this appears to be an old-fashioned Victorian shop. There's a strong scent of wood. And there's a sense of peace and harmony. And the green fairy introduces the fairy to the elders, saying that those who are here running this shop are the elders of the land. And it's a land through time and space. And those elders tell the fairy that she is here to enhance her abilities, that she has the power of magic within her, the ability to channel that magic through her music. But she's here to develop that even further, and developing it further will help her to gain a greater understanding of reality and of herself, and a greater connection to all things. And so, these elders explain, she needs to go on a journey from here. She needs to go out of this shop into this old land and in search of a tunnel. And she'll meet some others on her journey. But she needs to pass through that tunnel. She'll know when she's found what she's seeking, when she has it. And the fairy finds this a little vague. She's told to just leave her guitar here for now. She can collect it as she passes back through. And so she leaves the guitar and leaves the shop. And as she leaves the shop, she opens the door. It trings on the bell above the door, then trings again as the door closes behind her. She finds herself in a Victorian shopping street, only all the sounds here appear to be numbed and dulled. There seems to be no real echoes to the sounds, no reverberation to the sounds. Everything appears to be quite muted, and she explores around this area, following the street, walking on those cobbles, looking around her at the different shops, different stalls and vendors, different fashions people are wearing compared to what she's used to. At the end of the street is countryside, and so she uses her wings to fly into the countryside, whereas she had been walking to take her time to explore and to be more leisurely and relaxed. And as she flies through that countryside, she notices from time to time little flashes of red among the beautiful greens of this countryside, and realizes that somebody or something has been here before, and at certain intervals has tied red ribbon around different items. Might be red ribbon around a trunk of a tree, might be red ribbon around a branch of a tree, or red ribbon around a branch in a bush. She follows those red ribbons. And after some time following the red ribbons, she hears a little voice and looks down and sees a little beetle. And this beetle is just pottering around in its own world, doing whatever it is that beetles do. But it stopped its day to talk to her, to tell her that she's on the right track. She just needs to continue to follow these red ribbons, and that then she'll uncover a treat of this journey. And so she continues to follow the red ribbons, flying away from that beetle with its iridescent shell, curious what the treats are. And after some time longer, she sees a white rabbit hopping along, and she talks with that white rabbit, who asks her to climb on its back and hold on tight. And then the rabbit really takes off at some speed, bounding through the woodland, bounding through countryside, through tall grass, before arriving at a rabbit hole. And then the rabbit says, "Here is your next step of your journey." And the fairy thinks to herself what a treat that ride was. And she starts to head into this rabbit hole. And while heading into the rabbit hole, she can see pulses of light. Like thin threads under the ground. She follows the pulsing light. She can hear the sound of her footsteps, almost dull, as she walks through this rabbit hole. As the light from the entrance fades, while she continues to walk deeper into the rabbit hole, gently illuminated by these pulsing, glowing threads. She starts to notice some glowing toadstools dotted around the inside of the rabbit hole, realizing that they're connected to these threads. And as she touches one of the toadstools, it seems to react to her touch, so gently and softly. And so she continues exploring and realizes that this must be the mycelium network, a network that allows all the plants in this land to communicate, that connects all things here. And the rabbit hole seems to go on for so long. She starts to think to herself that she's beginning to become tired and wants to rest. And it's at this point that she sees that this rabbit hole opens out into a larger chamber. In the middle of the chamber is an upturned pineapple. She walks over to that pineapple, realizes that it looks like a house, like it's been hollowed out. And she walks to the front of that pineapple, knocks on the door, and after a few moments of hearing some motion coming from behind the door, some micro penguins answer the door. Incredibly tiny, almost thimble-sized penguins. She's never seen anything quite like it. And these penguins welcome her in, invite her into their home. And inside the home, it smells strongly of pineapple, and she explores this pineapple house, while engaging in conversation with the penguins and their curious, squeaky voices. And one of the penguins tells her the place that she should be is sitting in their rocking chair. And so she goes and gently sits in the rocking chair. And one of the penguins begins to rock that chair, rocking her backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. And while she rocks, it's almost like she's being rocked to sleep, or rocked gently into a dream, backwards and forwards. And she rests in that rocking chair, her eyes gradually closing, becoming heavier and heavier, her breathing becoming deeper and more calm and relaxed, her mind calming, softening, quietening. She dreams of rising up out of that pineapple house, rising up beyond the rabbit hole, rising up beyond the woodland and countryside overhead, till she's looking down on everything below. And noticed how some things are things she'd be familiar to see, and other things are strange. From this vantage point, as she rises higher and higher, she can see there's a comet flying through space, so silently, its tail almost sparkling in the sky. she can see well beyond the chamber. It seems like there's an unusual land off in the distance. And she's curious how much of this is in her imagination, as she knows she's sitting in a rocking chair with her eyes shut, and how much of this is some kind of astral projection or viewing of this area. And after a while, rocking in that chair, seeing this view, she has a sense of coming back to the here and now in that chair. And as she comes around, the penguins hand her a pocket watch and tell her to follow the hands on the watch. They'll direct her where she needs to go. And so she thanks the penguins and follows that pocket watch out from the pineapple house, out from the chamber, continuing on her journey, deeper underground, following the rabbit hole, until eventually she can see a light at the end of the tunnel. She heads towards that light, and notices that the light is shining up from a staircase. And so she begins to descend that staircase. 20, 19, 18. Each step that she takes, she feels like she's going deeper and deeper into the experience. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, going all the way deeper and deeper. 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, so easily and effortlessly deeper. And deeper all the way. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way to the bottom of the staircase. Then leaving the bottom of the staircase, coming out in the most beautiful fresh air, breathing in that fresh air. Feeling a sense of awe and wonder as she gazes over the most vast, beautiful landscape, this vista stretching for miles in every direction. Giant valley, watching a condor circling overhead. And as she gazes over this vast vista, she can see a hot air balloon being piloted over the view. That forest below, those dense trees, blue sky above, slightest of breeze. And as she looks closely, she can see it's a cat piloting that hot air balloon. That the cat is wearing a little cap, keeping one paw on the lever to the flame that adjusts the hot air balloon as it hovers over the top of that valley. And she climbs down, following a path down deep into the valley. As she climbs down, she can begin to hear the sound of flowing water that's obviously flowing down the same steep slope she's climbing down. She reaches the base of the valley, notices a stream opening out into a river, and how this stream seems to be coming from a small waterfall, and that there seems to be other streams doing the same flowing into this one river. And she builds a raft from some branches from the trees, and using some of the vines to tie those branches together, some of the leaves for added protection from the water, and for comfort on the raft. She fashions a branch into a paddle, pushes off from the bank, climbs onto the raft. The raft swaying slightly left and right as she lands on it, and planting her feet onto the raft firmly. She begins paddling and uses her wings as a way to help increase the speed of the raft. The wings vibrating behind her back as the raft is propelled forward, and she follows this river, steering, navigating the river, hearing the sounds of the valley, birds and other animals, seeing the sky overhead, feeling the temperature of the air on her cheeks. As she follows this river, it opens out into a lake. She crosses the lake in the raft, seeing a shack on the far side of the lake. Lets the raft slide up onto the land, leaves the raft, looks back over the journey so far, across the lake towards that river, explores around the edge of the lake, finding some shells, interesting stones, before heading into that hut. And inside the hut, she sees what looks like the same picture that she initially stepped through on the wall above the fireplace. She can feel the warmth of that gently crackling fire in the fireplace. And she is curious how this picture could be here. What are the odds of it being the same picture? And as she reaches out for that picture, notices a hand going through it. She flaps her wings, raising just off the ground. Gently, slowly, flies towards the picture, flies into the picture, notices that she can see herself as she was when she arrived the first time in this location. And although she seems to be in the picture again, she's in the picture, but above the picture all at once. She watches as that herself finds its way to the edge, descends down to the seafront, sees that whale, rides on the dragon. And as she's absorbing all this and trying to understand it all, She notices that the picture seems to almost glitch, and she's curious why that is. She tries to take a closer look, and as she takes a closer look, she heads down to the seafront. And down on the seafront, a narwhal comes near the shore, its long tusk-like tooth protruding high into the sky. As it pops its head out of the water and begins to talk to the fairy, and the fairy explains what they had seen. And this narwhal says that there are crossroads here. For every decision that you make, where more than one decision could have been made, reality divides. And the you that makes each decision follows each reality. And you're just seeing the overlays of the realities. Different paths laid out. You've travelled back in time slightly, just far enough to see the reality you chose when you arrived here, and you can see the decisions you've made on the way, which ones have been positive and beneficial, which ones perhaps haven't been. The narwhal dives down into the ocean. They flick a golden coin in the fairy's direction, and the fairy catches that coin, takes a look at the back and the front, and doesn't recognise this coin, and yet it's heavy, and they understand it to be a golden coin. And the narwhal says, "This coin can help to guide you. Place this coin on the pocket watch." And so the fairy places the coin on the pocket watch, twists it around a little, moves it around, moves the outside of the pocket watch a little, and then the coin just seems to magically snap into place. And as it does, blue light emanates up from the pocket watch. And in that blue light is a mist, and within that mist is that mouse. And the mouse in the mist explains that they're in their original realm. You've been passing through realms, learning about the nature of reality and life. And that if you follow this signal back, you'll find your way back from the reality. You don't have to go the way you came in. You can find a new way out. And so the fairy follows the signals by the watch, finds their way out of the painting, finding themselves looking at that book with that painting in front of them. They fold that painting over and close the book. The mouse says, "I have one last gift for you to help you to truly internalize your learnings here. You can revisit your learnings in your mind's eye." And so the mouse gestures for the fairy to sit in a chair near the fire. The fairy sits down in that chair, and the mouse begins to guide her deeply into a profound state of mind. Just take a moment to focus on the top of your head. Notice what the top of your head feels like as you relax there so deeply and comfortably. And then continue that focus. Then it moves down, around the top of your head, around your eyes, ears, and down to your mouth. And then allow that deep relaxation to move down through the neck, down to the shoulders, the upper back, softening and relaxing, peaceful, deeper and deeper, down each arm, down the left arm, down the right arm, down around the wings, tingling relaxation and profound deepness out through both wings, around the upper back, lower back, around the chest and stomach, relaxing, softening, deepening, down the sides and into the legs. The whole time, the fairy becoming deeper and deeper, more absorbed in the experience, so profoundly, so calmly and relaxed. That relaxation spreads all the way down to the tips of her toes, and she feels her mind relaxing and her body relaxing. She feels the relaxation spreading through her. And then the mouse rubs its front paws together, places them on the fairy's shoulders. Says just notice the way a healing light can enter your body and travel through you, and any negativity can pass from your body, through my paws, through me. It'll be cleansed as it passes through one paw, and healing light will enter through my other paw back into you. And she notices a healing light moving down through her head, down through her body, down to the tips of her fingers, sparkling through her wings, all the way down to the tips of her toes, and any negativity reverberating back up to the mouse's paw, cleansing through the mouse before passing back through the other paw, back into the fairy sat there so calmly. And then the healing light passing down through that fairy to the tips of her toes. The mouse says it's time to integrate this learning about your understanding of reality, this deeper understanding of reality and change. And the fairy begins to internalize that, and as she does, she notices the light beginning to change colour, and the faintest, thinnest golden hue forming around her body, her mind, almost sparkling like 100 delicate chimes. And after this healing golden light has filled her body, the mouse removes its paws from her shoulders takes a few moments' peace before drifting back and seeing that mouse stood there. And the mouse says if you hang on to this experience, it'll transform your perception, the world around you. You'll understand things on a much deeper level. And the mouse guides the fairy out of this place, back to where they met them. And the fairy carries with them that insight and returns back to that trunk with their guitar. And as they play music on that trunk with their guitar, so they notice the healing light emanating from the guitar, the well-being they feel within themselves, deep sense of peace, calm and serenity as they watch over the land, curious about their experiences and about the future with their newfound wisdom and understanding of the true nature of reality and change. And as the sun sets and the stars appear in the sky, the fairy heads home, settles down at home, and deeply dreaming of their experience, they drift and float so peacefully, so calmly, so comfortably, asleep into slumberland. And while I tell this sleep story, you can comfortably fall asleep, and I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my words or the spaces between my words, and each time you listen to one of my sleep stories, you can find yourself easily and effortlessly falling asleep faster and faster each time. And this is a story where you're working on a brand new ultra-powerful telescope, and this telescope has been set up on the south pole of the moon, and the telescope is an enormous telescope, hundreds of miles across, and there's a small little moon base next to the telescope where those who work on the telescope operate it from. And then there's a location a little bit further round the side of the moon. It can be travelled to through a shuttle which moves very fast, like a rapid train in a tunnel. And that additional building is where the signal is beamed down to the Earth, and where any information from the Earth is beamed up to the moon. And one day, very shortly after turning on the telescope for the first time, you're analysing the data, the very first early data that's been coming in. And while you analyse that data, the AI that you're using to analyse the data picks up on a pattern. And so excitedly you manually check that pattern to try and work out what it is. And the AI at this stage is just AI to try to identify patterns in the data that comes in. And this telescope isn't an optical telescope. It detects frequencies it detects signals which may be coming from locations in space, searching for anything which seems artificial. And while analysing that data, you recognise that it does seem to be a pattern that does resemble something artificial. And so you take that signal, and you and your team work with supercomputer-powered AI to try and decipher the signal, to try and work out if it's created by something or if it's just a natural phenomena. And frequently it turns out just to be natural phenomena when signals like this are received, even when they look artificial. And as you continue to analyse that data, a notification comes up on a screen on a computer telling you that the data has been analysed and there's a pattern within it. And this pattern seems to be almost like it contains some files, a pattern which could be converted into a short video file. And some written text file. And so the AI supercomputer works on converting the data into a video file. And it takes an incredibly long time. It's such a complex process that it takes the best part of a year before there are results of what this video file is. And you sit with the team around the computer, waiting for this video file that you've been waiting nearly a year to view. Begins to load onto the screen. And as you sit there watching that screen, you recognise that it's the most incredible view. It's a silent video file. Of a large space object, perhaps a comet or a large asteroid, striking a planet. And then you see on that video, it's just a short video, you see what looks moments later like a giant fireball erupting on that planet. Before dissipating. And yet there seems to be glows on the planet, as if perhaps huge numbers of fires have been started. And the incredible thing about this video is that the planet on the video fills about 2/3 of the screen. And so you and the other scientists are curious about the location this was filmed from, where you could film and fill the screen even through a telescope, where the planet manages to fill most of the screen. But the thing that surprises you the most is that you recognize, even though it looks different, that that planet is Earth. Because just towards the end of the video, you catch a glimpse of the moon on the edge of the frame, which is an instantly recognizable sight. The AI supercomputer has translated the written text, and so, as scientists, you read the written text that came with this. And it took a very long time for the supercomputer to convert the written text into the structure that it was written in. Before then, translating that into something that could be read by humans here. And the medium that was used in the signal was written text and mathematics. The advanced maths being able to help to explain the structure of this alien language. But to grasp the mathematics, the beginning of the data explained using mathematical principles, natural elements and aspects of the universe, so that as you grasped it, there would be the familiar physical reality interpreted through mathematics, so that you could understand it was mathematics being used here. And then that mathematics being applied to language, and it was still too advanced for humans to decipher. But the AI supercomputer could take all of this information and eventually worked it out. And it turned out that this signal was from an advanced alien civilization, a little under 100 light years away from Earth. The star that they orbit is below the plane of the solar system, And so, from their perspective, they could point telescopes up and they could see the sun and the planets orbiting the sun. And they'd recognized millions of Earth years ago their ancestors were still advanced compared to us, and a large asteroid passed through the outskirts of their solar system, and at their level of advancedness they'd been tracking asteroids and comets around their solar system, similar to how most advanced civilizations eventually set up a planetary defense system to monitor risks from outer space. And a very fast moving asteroid skimmed through their solar system. They were able to work out its trajectory and work out that in thousands of years that asteroid was going to strike the third planet out from that star in their sky. And so thousands of years later, when it was about 100 years from striking that planet, they were a very advanced civilization by now. They had colonies on most of the planets in their system. They'd learnt to live off of the resources of the planets and to live more in harmony with the universe around them. And they had telescopes that they had already launched, all positioned on the outskirts of their solar system in all different directions. And some of those telescopes on the outskirts of their solar system were enormous. And they're all positioned just right to turn their star into part of each telescope. And they'd have to move the telescope backwards and forwards and change the position slightly. But they're able to use the star and its gravitational lensing to enhance the ability of their telescope. And their star wasn't like the sun. It was an incredibly dense star. And size-wise, it was much smaller. And so they worked at aligning a telescope, and they had it in place for when the asteroid struck that planet. And with interest, they recorded the event happening. And they detected that on that planet appeared to be life. They'd never detected any techno-signatures from the planet, but definitely there appeared to be life, especially when they looked at the planet with their telescopes that were using their star for gravitational lensing. And they could see the colours of the planet, the blue, the green. They didn't know what life was on it, but they could tell not only from the information contained in the light from the planet, but also from the fact that there was so much green, and very few planets contain green quite like that, and all the blue liquid water, and able to pick out details of the white clouds. And so they filmed that incident. They filmed the asteroid striking that planet. They were helpless to do anything about it, but intrigued to want to film it. As a rare event. And for millions of years, this civilization continued to evolve, to spread to new places. And yet, they also continued to hold on to knowledge. From once knowledge was able to be recorded, they continued to save that knowledge. And as time went on, that knowledge would be converted into different mediums depending on the time period. As technology arose and developed. And over those millions of years, the two stars drifted further apart. And that planet they once saw struck by an asteroid was now a very long way from where it was millions of years earlier. But millions of years later, eventually, they detected the faintest signal. The system they have set up around their solar system, which is designed to protect them predominantly by monitoring any asteroids and any comets and their paths. They have so many bits of technology around their solar system, way out to the distant outskirts. They'd even sent a probe out in the direction of that planet that got struck all those years ago. And the probe there was launched millions of years earlier And it took hundreds of generations before it arrived at that planet. And it just passed the planet at high speed, taking photographs as it went, beaming those photographs back. Then hundreds of years for those photographs to arrive back at their alien world. But at that time, they could tell there was life on the planet, but there was no easy way of being able to reach that planet without taking hundreds and hundreds of years to do it, even at the highest of speeds. And then, all these millions of years later, they detect the faintest radio signal, recognizing that it's artificial. And as the radio signals arrive at the different satellites they've got dotted around their solar system, on the outskirts of their solar system, the signal arriving at a different time for the satellites on the near side of the solar system in relation to the planet Earth. Satellites receiving the radio signals at a different time in line with that solar system, and at the far side of the solar system. And so with the signal arriving, sometimes up to many hours delayed from one satellite to another, they were able to triangulate exactly where in space the signals were coming from. And they were just incredibly faint signals, but a sign that there was probably now technologically advanced life on that planet. And so, with the arrival of those signals, they sent return signals, and they sent what they thought would be really interesting for that planet, for the planet's history. Something that would demonstrate there are other advanced civilizations out there. And encoded within that signal was that video of the asteroid striking the planet Earth, which you and the other scientists now recognize as the asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. And this written text explaining about that video and a bit about their civilization and where they're positioned in space, and that they have a significantly more detailed version of that video, that their telescope was able to resolve at such high detail that they could resolve those images to a scale of about a 1 meter resolution. The video file is enormous and there's no way they could send that. But the video that you've received AI can work at upscaling, and the AI upscales that video, taking many years to carefully work through frame by frame, pixel by pixel, and upscaling that video to the point where you get that first ever glimpse of what the planet Earth looked like 65 million years ago. The continents, the moon in the background, where the craters on the moon look different. The dense green on the land, and the deep blue of the ocean. And then that fireball in the atmosphere, seeming to rise almost out of the atmosphere before collapsing back down again. Appearing to send a shockwave around the planet, evidenced through suddenly having clouds seem to be struck by that wave. Flattening one side of the clouds, and then the fireball dims as that planet moves in the view, and then suddenly noticing in the dark side of the planet, in the shadow of the planet, the glow of fires. Just watching that video frame by frame in slow motion, all sitting around in awe. Before eventually, with curiosity, wondering that civilization sent this message about 100 years ago. It would take another 100 years for a signal to be sent back. They recognise from other data that this signal wasn't just sent once. It seems to have been sent with a specific period between each time. And each signal is ever so slightly different, seeming to share a stamp of which signal this is. They work out through the data they found that this signal just about shows up in previous results, but not strong enough to resolve from background information without knowing what you're looking for and using AI to find it. And there are 4 different times that it shows up in the data, and the difference demonstrates that it seems to have been sent every 465 Earth days. And that this most recent signal is the 13th time this signal has been sent. And from that you're able to work out when this signal was first sent. That it's been sending ever since then. And part of the message explained about how it was going to keep being sent, on the assumption that the civilization, which had just started using radio signals, would continue to become more advanced to the point where it would be able to eventually detect this signal. If they just sent the signal once, it would probably be missed. There's no guarantee that the civilization it's sent to would be advanced enough to have received it at that moment it passed by. So they had it automated to make a small change every time it pulsed the signal out. So that they can count and keep track, to know when the signal started. And so you work with the team on how to send a signal back in the direction this came from, while also having the excitement in the scientific community that somewhere south of the solar system is a star system with a millions and millions of years old advanced civilization, which reached a technological advanced stage over 65 million years ago, and a deep curiosity of where that civilization would be now in terms of its capabilities. Whether it would ever have tried to travel between the stars as beings rather than just technology. And what could be learned and gained. And one decision was to use their trick to start building a telescope which can be sent north of the sun. It can position itself many, many astronomical units away. And it would take a very, very long time to get into position. But that could then be used to close-up image of that solar system. Maybe see some of the technology around the solar system, the planets with civilization living on them. And one of the most incredible things is just having that view of the planet Earth, almost looking back in time, a view long before there was any technology on Earth, to see what our planet looked like. But to receive a video of our own planet as it was 65 million years ago, almost gives that sense of time travelling, of looking back into the past as things were, and hope for the future as things can be. That it's possible for a civilization to thrive and grow and live in harmony with its surroundings. And a curiosity of how they communicate nowadays, whether they still use radio signals, as no radio signals have been detected, or whether they use radio signals in a specific kind of way, maybe very targeted, tight beams of radio signals. So nowadays when they do use radio signals, unless you happened to be in exactly that beam, you wouldn't notice the signal. And so unless they're sending a message out, you'd never have an idea that they existed. And eventually the excitement calms a little into something more practical. But it stimulated a lot of thinking, a lot of ideas, a lot of new funding into space, and dreaming of strange new worlds, new civilizations, curious about whether you'd ever get to see more, given the barrier of the speed of light, and that they can't share more. Your response won't arrive back with them for almost 100 years, and their response back again would take another 100. And so even if they were to share more videos or footage perhaps they'd gathered, not just of Earth but of other locations, and sharing knowledge, it's a very slow process, but one that you think perhaps one of your future ancestors could enjoy being involved in. That in a couple of 100 years' time, perhaps a future ancestor with significantly more advanced technology will be able to receive and engage with the signals in a far more advanced way. And with that, you settle down. You relax in bed. And as you relax in bed, your mind begins to wander. You begin to drift and dream about that future relative, 200 years in the future, receiving the next signal. The anticipation in the run-up to the arrival of that signal, knowing it's likely on its way. Looking at the type of technology that relative will be using to view the incoming signal on. And then continuing to think about that as your mind relaxes and you begin to notice the top of your head relaxing and the muscles around your jaw and your cheeks and your forehead and your eyes and around your ears all relaxing, and the muscles around the upper back, around your neck, your shoulders, throat, all relaxing so calmly, so peacefully as you begin to drift comfortably asleep. And those muscles relax down both arms to the fingertips and around the chest, the sides, and down the back to the lower back, the stomach, relaxing deeper and deeper, almost like each breath you take, asleep, the deeper and more relaxed you become, thinking about that future relative and their space, curiosity, but the relaxation spreading down your legs, all the way down to the tips of your toes, helping you to drift and float so peacefully into a dream, relaxing into that dream where you can see what that future relative perhaps would see with their computer in front of them, hear what they'll hear as the first signs of the signal come in, feel what they feel, and really absorb yourself in that experience as you drift and float deeper and deeper asleep into slumberland. And this is a sleep story where you find yourself walking through a forest. And this is a magical, mystical forest. As you walk through this forest, so you notice sparkling lights, wisping and moving through the trees and the branches. You can hear the gentle pitter-patter of rain falling from above onto the canopy of leaves, with the occasional raindrop making its way down to the forest floor. You can notice the way the air feels against your face, the slight dampness in the air, the gentle crispy crunchiness of the leaves underfoot, the soft sounds of animals in this forest. And you're heading through this forest on a journey, searching for inner discovery, looking for the stone of power. And as you continue to head deeper and deeper into this forest, you weave between those trees. You have an instinctive feeling of the direction. From within the forest, you're unable to judge direction from the sky or from any landmarks. But what you notice as you continue deeper and deeper into the forest is the gentle, distant sound of flowing water. And so you begin to head in the direction of that flowing water, aware that the forest is quite difficult to push through, but it'll be easier to navigate through the forest and walk with a greater pace by following the river that you can hear in the distance. And so, as you continue through this forest, the sound of that river increasing in volume gently, feeling the warmth within this forest, the sensation of branches and the bark of tree trunks under your palm, your fingertips, feeling of the ground with each step on twigs and leaves that mat the ground beneath you, the slight sponginess to the ground here in the forest. Eventually you find your way all the way to that river. And the river just seems so gently flowing, so calm and peaceful. You walk along the edge of the river, and while walking along the edge of the river, taking in a few deep, comfortable breaths of the air, you can almost notice the change to the smell of the air as the water has cleaned out some of that pollen and some of the particles from the air, leading to this air just having a fresher, cleaner scent to it, something almost indescribable but noticeable. And you continue along the edge of the river until you see in the distance what looks like a dam. And it looks like a dam created by beavers. And atop the dam you can see some pixies flying around. You can see two beavers adding to that dam, patching the dam up, and those pixies seem to be helping those beavers. And as those pixies fly, so they leave a gentle trail of stardust behind them. And you head over towards that dam, and a little way from the dam, the beavers begin to notice you. And one of them looks over in your direction, and you continue on, and you raise a hand offering a greeting towards those beavers and pixies. You get nearer and nearer. One of the beavers comes down from the dam, comes over to greet you, and as they greet you, they invite you in to the dam. They tell you that you look like you could do with a rest, and you explain how you've been walking for quite some time through this forest, and how it's a very dense forest, so it's been a difficult trek to this point. You explain that you're in search of a magical, mystical stone. A stone that will help to bring a sense of inner discovery. And the beaver again invites you inside, and then dives into the water. And you carefully walk into the water from the edge, feeling the coolness, the comfortable temperature of the water. As it covers your feet, you walk in deeper, and you can feel the surface tension of the water rising up your legs until you're waist deep in the water. And then you take a deep, comfortable breath. Close your eyes and lower yourself down under the water, pushing off the side, swimming in the direction of the dam. With an arm outstretched, and you don't really want to open your eyes under the water, but just for a fraction of a second you open your eyes, take a look, see that you're on track for the entrance into the dam. Close your eyes again. Your hand feels its way into the dam, then feels the back of the entrance to the dam. You know you need to rise, so you rise up within the dam, and once your head clears the surface of the water inside the dam, you take in a deep, comfortable breath. You open your eyes. You shake one of your hands off to dry it off a little bit, and you rub your eyes, and you can see the beautiful, gentle lighting here within the dam, aware that it seems so much larger and more spacious than you had imagined from the outside. And the beaver invites you to come and take a seat. And so you take a seat on a cozy sofa within this dam, the gentle light emanating around you, offering the most comfortable glow. And then the second beaver arrives and joins you. And then one of the beavers opens a little hatch that's almost like an air hatch to the top of the dam, and down pop the two pixies. The stardust emanating from those flying pixies, sounding almost like 1,000 tiny, delicate bells, twinkling quieter and quieter, almost reverberating to silence. One of the beavers says they'll show you around. They might have some things that may help you on your journey, that may help you to better complete your quest. And you think to yourself, where is it you can be shown around? It is more spacious here in the dam than expected, but it's not like there's enough room to need showing around. And then the beaver pulls on a stick, and surprising to you, a door opens. The door you never would have known was there. It just looked like woven sticks of the dam. And as that door opens, and the beaver walks through, and you follow, and a light comes on in this new room. you recognize that it's a vast library. And with a peacock feather tickling a switch on a table, this whole library takes on a curious hue, as if the library itself is alive with knowledge. And they explain that this library has so much knowledge it's conscious, and that it's like walking inside a mind. And you walk into this library, noticing how magical and mystical it seems. You see, in the middle of the library, one of the strangest sights you've ever seen. You can see two doves flying in the air, managing to flap their wings in a way that keeps them hovering. And the strange part is the way they seem to be juggling between each other. And they're juggling cogs, tiny little cogs, with each dove almost being like a hand of a juggler, catching a cog with its beak, throwing one in the air, one to the other dove, both repeating the same process, keeping about a dozen different sized cogs airborne. And the beaver says that they are the quantum clockmaker. They create quantum entangled pocket watches. And that they'll have the skill to create you a quantum pocket watch. And that quantum pocket watch will contain a pendulum. And the pendulum is a quantum pendulum. Pendulums generally swing left, right, left and right, but a quantum pendulum is both left and right at the same time. You don't know its location, whether it is left or whether it is right, or whether it is somewhere in between, until you look. And you perhaps think to yourself that maybe it's exactly where it is when you look at it, and you just happen to have seen it exactly where it was, whether you were looking or not. But the beaver explains, almost as if it was reading your mind, that that's a common misconception. That studies have been done that have shown it genuinely is everywhere until you observe it. And so you don't know how it is swinging. But the quantum pendulum inside the quantum pocket watch is all quantum entangled. and it has the ability to entangle with thought, but only if you get that thought right, because it has to connect. And you watch as these doves make this quantum pocket watch. The slight sounds of metal, slight tinny sounds, the sounds like incredibly tiny hammers working on the metal. And then you see the watch complete, the most incredible gold-cased pocket watch, glistening in the light, the gentle glow of this library. And a pixie asks where you're searching for, and you explain you are searching through the forest. You're searching for a lost location. You had an idea of the direction, and you don't know the exact location. You pinpointed on a map a circle of where it may be here in the forest. So you knew roughly how many days it would take to get to that location. But you're unsure of exactly where within that location that lost location is. That it was an old, lost city. You don't even know 100% if it exists. That the stone of power will bring deep inner discovery. So it's worth the search. And you show the map that you have, the circle on the map. The pixie flies around the room, flies from book to book in this library, before finding a book about 4 times the size of themselves, pulling it off the shelf, and with that book dangling beneath them, held by their tiny hands. They flap their wings and fly towards you, carrying the book. Their wings almost buzzing with how fast they're flapping, to keep themselves and the book airborne. And they drop that book down towards your lap. You catch the book. And you see that on the book it talks about the use of crystals in an old civilization in this location, and that crystals resonate. And it shares about how there was a stone of power, a stone that could help you gain greater inner discovery. And it was in the center, in a palace, in the center of this lost city. And they all have an idea. They take that quantum pocket watch. They look at the notes relating to the crystals used by this city. And then one of the doves flies off to a location in the library, returning with a tuning fork grasped by one foot and a crystal grasped by the other. And they hit the crystal with the tuning fork, and while it's vibrating with a very specific frequency, they touch it to the pocket watch, and the pocket watch glows and vibrates. And the beaver says that they're quantum entangling the pocket watch and the frequencies of that crystal, and that the mechanism within the pocket watch isn't entangling the specific crystal hit, just using it as a reference point to entangle with that type of crystal. And the more of that type of crystal there are in a location, the stronger the signal within the pocket watch. And that as that civilization used to use that specific crystal a lot in their works, the closer to the lost city that you get, the stronger the signal in the pocket watch should be. And after a while here, and then eating some food here, you take the pocket watch, and you have to dive back down into the water to leave this area, to leave the beaver's home, head back to the shore, and back on the shore you see there's a few more hours of daylight, so you continue travelling a little longer, now following the glow of the pocket watch. And the pocket watch is showing a time, but also as a hand, like a compass, showing a direction. And so you head in the general direction that you need to head, while keeping as much as possible to the edge of the river, until you notice the hand beginning to move at a faster and sharper angle, showing that you're almost approaching being alongside your destination. And you don't exactly know how far, but as the sun is setting and the sky is filling with twinkling stars, you decide to set up camp. And so you set up a camp within the trees, off the ground, and you settle down for the night and drift and float, so peacefully, so comfortably asleep. And the next day, to the morning sounds in the forest, you pack everything away, continuing your journey, following the signs of the pocket watch. And after what seemed a very long time, you start to notice the ground getting lumpier, and you recognize that there are ruins buried in the undergrowth here within the forest. that the forest has long reclaimed this whole area. And the pocket watch demonstrates that you're getting closer and closer to where you need to be, until eventually you take a few steps and the needle, like the compass needle, flips 180 degrees. You take a few steps the other way and it flips 180 degrees again. And you realise you're standing right on top of where you need to be. And so, whatever you're searching for is somehow beneath you. You imagine this is probably the remains of the palace in the centre of this lost city. And so you walk away from that centre point, keeping sure to remember what it looks like. And you explore in circles from that centre point, gradually working out, looking for any evidence, any sign of a way you could possibly use to get in. And after some searching, you find a large stone slab. You push that stone slab aside and see some steps. And you light a torch and you begin to walk down those steps. 20, 19, 18, 17, going deeper and deeper, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, going all the way down, the sounds from the outside fading, the occasional slight dripping sound coming from within where you're heading, slight echo down here. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You find yourself in a long stone corridor, the air incredibly still. You follow that stone corridor before turning back down another corridor back in the direction of that central location. And as you do, you notice the light glistening and glinting off of myriad of crystals, reflecting around the walls. And in the centre, you find a spiral staircase, and you descend that spiral staircase. And down this spiral staircase, you find yourself coming out into a vast library, only not a library as you typically know it, but a library made of stone, with triangular holes all around the walls, and in those triangular holes are thousands and thousands of scrolls, And in the centre is a table, a stone table. And on that stone table is a tiny orange stone. An orange stone that, when you look at it and hold light to it, seems to almost have a little bit of blue, like blue cloud, wisping, moving around within the stone. So subtle you could almost not notice that it was there, and not recognize it as what it was. And that stone is attached to some string, woven into the string. And the string is delicately woven into patterns and shapes. It looks ready to be tied together. You hold that stone in your hand, and nothing happens. And you look around in this area, try and find some explanation. And eventually you start looking at the scrolls, and you see a mark on a wall that looks a little bit like the stone. And you pick up the scroll above that mark, and this scroll is very delicate and has a certain smell to it. And you gently unfurl the scroll, and the images on the scroll seem to show that stone being worn on an ankle. And so you gently place that stone on your ankle and tie that to your ankle like an anklet. And almost instantly you notice a blue, almost electric blue light spread around the anklet from the stone, creating an unbroken circle. And suddenly your foot becomes incredibly heavy, and you head over, almost having to drag your leg, to a chair that looks so inviting, so comfortable to sit in. You sit down in that chair, placing the pocket watch down beside you, feeling the weight of that anklet getting heavier and heavier, and that heaviness beginning to spread up one leg in the most comfortable way, almost like a leg falling asleep so peacefully. And then the other leg, as you rest back in that chair. And then you close your eyes, and with your eyes closed, you begin to notice the stone in that anklet permeating its inner energy out around your body. And with each in-breath, you seem to breathe in some of that energy, calming you, relaxing you deeper and deeper. With each out-breath, you drift deeper and deeper into the experience. with that electric blue permeating in through your mouth, down around your head, through your throat and neck, down your arms, relaxing the muscles around your head, your ears, your face, your eyes, relaxing the muscles around your cheeks, your jaw, relaxing your lips, gently relaxing your throat, the muscles around the top of your neck, around the sides, the back of your neck, the front of your neck. With each out-breath, that relaxation spreading down around your shoulders, your upper back, so calmly healing and spreading down. The left arm and the right arm, relaxing those muscles all the way down to the tips of the fingers, and then relaxing down through the chest, the sides, the upper back, down into the lower back, the sides and the stomach, through you, deeply, so comfortably, relaxing down to your bottom, then down into your legs, as if that anklet is spreading healing, peace, calm, love through your whole body, deeper and deeper. And then in the calm blueness, you start to feel like you're standing up and walking so effortlessly, almost floating through space and time, through a meadow on an alien world. And as you walk, you almost float through this meadow on this alien world. You can see a being stood a little way in the distance with their back to you, gazing out over the vista below. You feel a deep sense of calm admiration for this being, a sense of their importance to your journey. And as you near, they turn, displaying the most friendly sight to you. And they welcome you. And they tell you that they're the guardian of the stone, but it's known as the Stone of Power because of its power of encouraging inner discovery. But if you've got this far, you're here to discover yourself. They invite you to come alongside them, and as you do, you notice they're carving something out of wood. They ask you to carve the piece of wood beside you. You look down and you see a block of wood and some tools, and you begin to carve that wood. And as you're carving, so they're talking. They talk about how the role of someone doing sculptures is just to remove what isn't needed and leave just that which is desired. And while they have you consciously distracted, engaged in curious conversation, So, without a huge amount of thought, your hands are carving. When you notice on their face a smile, and their eyes gently gaze down at your carving, you have this sense that the carving is complete. And you look down at the carving, and you see a small wooden carving of yourself, not of yourself as you were when you entered here, when you found this location, but a carving that you recognize is of yourself as you shall be. And they tell you this is for you to take away. And they say their goodbyes as they gesture for you to head back the way you came. And so you begin to walk back the way you came. And you find your way back to that spot in the meadow you first appeared in. And then you feel that sense of drifting back to the seat. And the anklet is no longer heavy, and yet your body still feels a certain sense of the weight of relaxation, a pleasurable feeling of deep relaxation. And you open your eyes and you understand. And as you stand up and you go to walk around and you go to leave this location with that anklet still on, as you go to leave, suddenly it becomes heavier again. And you realize that you have to return it to its location. And it's at this point that you go down to reach the anklet to untie it, that you notice in your hand. This whole time you've been holding that carving. And you know that the carving is what you remove from here. The anklet remains. And so you place that anklet back in place. You place everything exactly as you found it. And then taking that carving with you, you leave this location. And as you leave and you find your way back up those stairs, back out into the forest, so you notice that night time has fallen. So you settle down once again and drift asleep in a tent that you make. And while you sleep, you gain further inner knowledge and learning from this experience. And the next morning you begin to find your way back home, back through the forest, back past that dam. And while passing the dam, you're surprised to see that everything looks normal. The beavers don't seem like beavers that could talk with you. You don't see any signs of pixies, and yet you know something has changed. You had an experience of some kind. Maybe all this experience was for you. You find your way out of the forest, and you make the long journey home. And once home, you place the carving onto a shelf where you'll always see it and it'll always remind you of this experience, of the journey you went on for inner discovery. And you discover that the pocket watch still looks so incredible, but is no longer glowing or seeming magical, as if it served its purpose. And you place that pocket watch down next to the carving, the chain wrapped gently around the base of the carving, the lid of the pocket watch open, with the pocket watch propped up slightly on the chain so the face is visible. And that night, on your first night home, you head to bed, you settle down, and you drift so peacefully, so comfortably asleep into slumberland. And as you fall comfortably asleep, I'll just tell this bedtime story in the background. And once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among lush forests and enchanting landscapes, there lived a woman. This village was a place of serenity, where the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and the gentle sound of rustling leaves whispered soothing melodies. The woman's home was a cosy cottage surrounded by a garden that appeared as if taken from a dream, brimming with colours and life. The woman possessed a special gift, the ability to grow magical trees, each imbued with unique properties. As she tended to her trees, her gentle touch and nurturing spirit instilled within them the essence of healing, wisdom, and other wondrous qualities. With each tree she planted, the garden transformed into a sanctuary, emanating tranquility and nurturing the soul. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden glow across the village, the woman took a leisurely stroll through her garden. She let her fingers glide gently over the soft petals of flowers, feeling their velvety texture as she breathed in their delicate fragrance. The leaves of the trees rustled gently in the breeze, creating a soothing lullaby that invited her deeper and deeper into a state of relaxation. Each tree held its own story, and as the woman passed by them, she became absorbed in their quiet, mystical energy. The healing tree, with its silver leaves shimmering in the twilight, seemed to envelop her in a warm embrace, as if it could sense the lingering aches and tensions within her body, and tenderly encouraged them to melt away. The wisdom tree, standing tall and proud, with its gnarled branches reaching towards the heavens, offered her a sense of understanding and enlightenment. As she stood beneath it, she could feel the wisdom of the ages coursing through her, imparting ancient knowledge and inviting her to explore the depths of her own intuition. Deeper and deeper into the garden, she discovered more trees, each with their own magical gifts. One tree bore fruit that, when consumed, filled her with boundless energy, while another produced blossoms that danced with the wind, their graceful movements captivating her in a mesmerizing reverie. The woman's heart swelled with love and gratitude for her enchanted garden, and she felt a profound connection to the trees and the earth beneath her feet. As she continued to explore, she became aware of a gentle hum, a vibration that seemed to resonate from the very core of the garden, drawing her in like a tender lullaby. With each step she took, she found herself drifting further into a state of relaxation, the world around her fading as she became more and more absorbed in the garden's magic. The hum grew stronger, wrapping around her like a soft, warm blanket, inviting her to surrender to the comfort and peace it offered. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars appeared in the night sky, the woman felt a deep sense of contentment. With a final, loving glance at her magical trees, she returned to her cozy cottage, ready to embrace the restorative power of sleep. In the comforting embrace of her bed, she closed her eyes and allowed herself to be carried away by the gentle sounds of the night, the whispers of the trees and the soothing hum of her enchanted garden, and she drifted deeper and deeper into a peaceful slumber. She knew that her magical trees would continue to watch over her, filling her dreams with their nurturing and mystical energy. In the days that followed, the woman went about her usual routine, tending to her magical trees and enjoying the peace and tranquility of her garden. However, one morning, as she stepped outside to greet the day, a mysterious whistle in the wind caught her attention. It seemed to carry a melody that beckoned her to follow, a tune that danced and twirled in the air like a playful spirit. Curious and intrigued, the woman allowed herself to be guided by the whispering wind, her feet moving in time with the rhythm of the breeze. The melody led her through the garden, past the healing tree with its silver leaves, and beyond the wisdom tree, standing tall and proud. The world around her seemed to fade away as she became more and more absorbed in the enchanting song of the wind. As she ventured deeper into the garden, the woman stumbled upon a small hidden grove she had never seen before. The grove was encircled by trees, their branches intertwined like the loving embrace of old friends. At the heart of the grove, a single cherry blossom tree stood, its delicate pink petals creating a soft, dreamy atmosphere. It was here that the mysterious whistle came to a rest, its melody lingering in the air like a gentle caress. As the woman approached the cherry blossom tree, she noticed something unusual. A message written in an unfamiliar script was etched into the trunk of the tree. The unusual writing seemed to shimmer in the dappled light, and as she gazed at the words, she felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips. With a deep breath, the woman reached out and traced the unfamiliar letters, her fingers dancing over the smooth bark. As she did so, the words began to glow, a soft, golden light emanating from the tree. The air around her filled with the scent of cherry blossoms, and the whispers of the wind returned. this time carrying a new message, a promise of a magical adventure that awaited her. Feeling a sense of excitement and wonder, the woman closed her eyes, taking a moment to connect with the energy of the grove. As she did, she felt herself becoming more and more relaxed, her breath deepening and her body sinking into a state of utter tranquility. The whispers of the wind enveloped her in a cocoon of warmth, as if to reassure her that she was safe and protected. With her heart filled with curiosity, the woman opened her eyes once more, and as she did, the world around her seemed to shift. The grove had transformed, its once familiar trees now replaced by a landscape she had never seen before. She found herself standing at the edge of a vast, enchanted forest, the air alive with the whispers of the wind and the promise of adventure. As the woman took her first steps into this new realm, she felt a sense of awe and wonder, her heart swelling with anticipation for the journey that laid ahead. The magical forest seemed to beckon her, inviting her to explore its hidden depths and discover the secrets it held within. And so, with the whispering wind as her guide, the woman embarked on her adventure, ready to embrace the unknown and journey deeper and deeper into the enchanted world that awaited her. As the woman ventured deeper and deeper into the enchanted forest, she looked up at the night sky, its inky darkness dotted with a myriad of twinkling stars. Among them, the North Star shone the brightest, its steady light offering guidance and reassurance as she journeyed onward. The whispers of the wind continued to accompany her, their melody mingling with the rustling leaves and the distant sounds of nocturnal creatures. The forest seemed to stretch out endlessly before her, its shadows and secrets enticing her further along the winding path. As she walked, the woman noticed the way the trees around her seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light, their bark adorned with intricate patterns of silver and gold. She felt as if she were walking through a dream, her senses heightened and her heart filled with wonder. At last, the woman arrived at a clearing, the silver light of the moon casting a serene glow over the space. To her delight, she discovered a picnic site laid out before her, the soft grass carpeted with a blanket of pink water lilies. A sweet, delicate scent filled the air, as if the blossoms themselves were welcoming her to this enchanted oasis. In the center of the picnic site, the golden apple rested upon an ornate silver plate. Its surface gleamed in the moonlight, a testament to the magic that filled this wondrous world. As the woman approached, she felt a warmth radiating from the apple, as if it held the very essence of the sun within its core. Tentatively, she picked up the golden apple and held it in her hands. As she did, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. The warmth of the apple seeping into her skin and spreading throughout her body. Her muscles relaxed, and her mind quietened, leaving her feeling at peace and at one with the world around her. With the golden apple in her possession, the woman sat down amidst the pink water lilies, their soft petals like a gentle embrace. She took a moment to absorb the beauty of her surroundings, her breath deepening as she became more and more relaxed. The North Star continued to guide her, its unwavering light a reminder of the magical journey that awaited her. As she sat in the clearing, the woman began to meditate, focusing her attention on the sensations within her body and the gentle sounds of the forest around her. Her thoughts drifted away like leaves carried on a gentle breeze, allowing her to become fully present in the moment. In this state of dissociated viewing, the woman felt a connection to the golden apple and the mysterious message that had led her to this enchanted realm. She could sense that the apple held the key to unlocking the meaning behind the unusual writing, a secret that would reveal the true nature of her magical adventure. With renewed determination, the woman rose from her seat amongst the water lilies, the golden apple cradled in her hands. She knew that she must continue her journey, following the guidance of the North Star as she ventured deeper and deeper into the enchanted forest. As she walked, the woman felt a profound sense of gratitude for the wonders that had been revealed to her thus far. The whispering wind continued to guide her, its gentle melody filling her with a sense of peace and tranquility. As she stepped boldly into the unknown, ready to uncover the secrets that lay ahead. As the woman continued her journey beneath the watchful gaze of the North Star, she felt the first drops of rain begin to fall. The droplets were gentle and soothing, a soft caress against her skin as they nourished the earth around her. The forest seemed to come alive in response to the rain, the leaves of the trees shimmering with droplets like 1,000 tiny jewels. The woman marveled at the way the rain transformed the enchanted landscape, bringing forth new and magical flora she'd never before encountered. Among them, she discovered trees with bark that seemed to flow like water, their trunks a kaleidoscope of ever-changing colours. She found flowers that emitted a warm, inviting glow, their petals unfurling to reveal the secrets hidden within. As she walked along the rain-soaked path, she began to notice the soothing sound of rainfall, a symphony that lulled her deeper and deeper into a state of relaxation. The pitter-patter of raindrops against the forest canopy created a gentle rhythm, its calming tempo inviting her to become absorbed in the beauty of the moment. Just as the woman was losing herself in the serenity of the rain, she noticed a figure emerging from the shadows of the trees. At first, she thought it was a figment of her imagination, but as the figure drew closer, she realized it was a friendly dragon. The creature's scales gleamed in the gentle rain, a blend of iridescent blues, greens and purples that seemed to dance in the dim light. The dragon wore a magical coat, its fabric spun from threads of silver and gold. The coat shimmered and shifted in the rain, its patterns changing and adapting to the colours of the world around it. The dragon approached the woman with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with wisdom and kindness. The woman sensed that the dragon was a companion meant to join her on her journey, and she welcomed it with open arms. They continued along the rain-soaked path, the woman's heart swelling with gratitude for the friendship of this magical creature. The dragon's presence brought a sense of comfort and security to her adventure, its wisdom and magic a guiding light as they ventured deeper into the enchanted forest. Together they explored the wonders revealed by the gentle rain, discovering hidden waterfalls that cascaded into crystal clear pools and groves of trees where the air was filled with the scent of blossoming cherry. The dragon taught the woman about the magical flora they encountered, sharing its knowledge of their properties and secrets. As they walked, the woman felt more and more connected to the enchanted world around her. The rain continued to fall, its gentle touch soothing her senses and allowing her to relax further into her journey. Her mind grew quiet, her thoughts drifting away like the raindrops that trickled down the leaves of the trees. The woman and the dragon traversed the rain-soaked forest, the North Star guiding them onward. Each step they took together brought them closer to uncovering the mystery of the golden apple and the unusual writing that had led the woman to this magical realm. As they journeyed deeper and deeper into the enchanted forest, the woman felt a sense of wonder and excitement, her heart open and ready to embrace the secrets that awaited her. She knew that with the guidance of the North Star, the friendship of the dragon, and the magic of the rain, she was on the path to an extraordinary adventure. As the woman and the dragon continued on their rain-soaked journey, guided by the unwavering North Star, they came upon an ancient moss-covered tower hidden among the trees. Intrigued, they approached the tower, where they were met by a wise and gentle wizard with twinkling eyes and a flowing white beard. The wizard welcomed them with a warm smile, inviting them into his cozy, firelit chamber filled with the scent of aged books and fragrant herbs. As they conversed, the wizard sensed the woman's innate magic and presented her with a gift, a magic tablet, delicately engraved with intricate runes. The wizard explained that the tablet granted its bearer the power of telekinesis, enabling the woman to move objects with her mind. She accepted the gift with gratitude, feeling the tablet's magical energy resonate with her own as she held it in her hands. The woman knew this power would be invaluable on her journey, as she silently thanked the wizard for his kindness. With the wizard's blessing, the woman and the dragon set out once more, seeking the secrets that lay hidden within the enchanted forest. The North Star led them to a secluded glade where a magnificent waterfall cascaded over a cliff, its water glinting like liquid diamonds as it caught the moonlight. The woman and the dragon were drawn to the waterfall, its soothing sounds calling them closer. They stood at the water's edge, feeling the cool mist caress their faces as the water tumbled over the rocks, a gentle lullaby that invited them to relax and become absorbed in the beauty of the moment. As they gazed upon the waterfall, they felt an urge to meditate, to surrender to the tranquility of their surroundings and connect with the magic that flowed through the forest. The woman and the dragon settled into comfortable positions, their eyes closed as they began to breathe deeply and rhythmically. As they meditated, they felt their minds becoming clearer and more focused, their connection to the magical energy around them growing stronger and more profound. They allowed themselves to drift deeper and deeper into a state of reverie, their thoughts as fluid and free as the cascading water before them. Together, they explored the depths of their consciousness, their minds entwined as they journeyed through realms of thought and imagination. They discovered hidden chambers within themselves, where forgotten dreams and memories sparkled like the stars above. In this state of deep meditation, the woman and the dragon embraced the healing light that radiated from their very souls. The light enveloped them, soothing their bodies and minds, and filling them with a sense of peace and rejuvenation. As they slowly emerged from their meditation, the woman and the dragon felt a newfound sense of clarity and purpose. They knew that their journey had only just begun, but with the guidance of the North Star, the wisdom of the wizard, and the power of the magic tablet, they were ready to face whatever challenges and wonders lay ahead. Hand in hand, the woman and the dragon continued their adventure, their hearts filled with excitement and anticipation. The enchanted forest, with its magical flora and soothing rain, welcomed them deeper and deeper into its embrace, a world of wonder and mystery waiting just beyond the horizon. As the woman and the dragon ventured deeper and deeper into the forest, following the guidance of the North Star, they stumbled upon a charming little tailor's shop nestled among the trees. The shop's exterior was adorned with colourful ribbons, and the scent of lavender filled the air, inviting them to step inside. Upon entering, they found themselves surrounded by an enchanting collection of magical garments, each one crafted with exquisite care and imbued with unique, enchanting properties. A golden cloak shimmered with the light of 1,000 fireflies, while a silken gown seemed to sway gently as if dancing to a soft, whispered melody. In the centre of the shop stood a spinning wheel, its spindle glinting in the dim light. The wheel appeared to spin on its own, as if guided by unseen hands, spinning delicate threads that wove themselves into intricate patterns, each one more beautiful than the last. The tailor, a kindly old man with an eye for detail and a gentle smile, greeted the woman and the dragon with a warm embrace. He spoke of the importance of hugs, explaining how they could heal, comfort, and create powerful connections between souls. The woman listened intently, her heart swelling with appreciation for the simple yet profound gesture. The tailor, sensing the woman's innate magical abilities and the extraordinary nature of her journey, offered to create a special, tailored outfit just for her. He measured her with his skilled hands, his fingers dancing over her form like a graceful ballerina. As he worked, the woman and the dragon relaxed in the cozy shop. The gentle hum of the spinning wheel lulling them into a state of tranquility. The atmosphere was soothing, each thread and stitch imbued with love and care, weaving a sense of peace and warmth that enveloped them like a tender embrace. The woman watched as the tailor meticulously crafted her new attire, his hands moving with the grace of a master artist. The fabric seemed to come alive under his touch, the colours shifting and blending like a mesmerizing sunset over the ocean. Finally, the tailor presented the woman with her new outfit, a masterpiece that perfectly captured her essence and spirit. The garments were imbued with magic, their threads woven with spells of protection, strength, and love. As she donned her new attire, she felt a surge of power and confidence, a newfound sense of self that would guide her through the rest of her journey. Before departing, the woman and the dragon exchanged heartfelt hugs with the tailor, the warmth of their embrace a testament to the powerful bond they'd formed in that enchanted little shop. With gratitude in their hearts, they left the tailor's haven ready to continue their adventure. As the forest welcomed them once more, the woman and the dragon felt a renewed sense of purpose, their hearts full and their spirits soaring. They knew that their journey was far from over. But with the guidance of the North Star, the wisdom of the wizard, and the love of the tailor, they were prepared for whatever wonders and challenges lay ahead. Deeper and deeper they ventured into the magical realm, guided by the light of the stars and the whispers of the wind. The embrace of the tailor's love warming their hearts as they drifted further into the realm of enchantment. As the woman and the dragon continued their journey, guided by the North Star, they stumbled upon a quaint little cottage nestled amidst the trees. The scent of sugar and spice danced in the air, tempting them to explore the warm and inviting abode. Upon entering, they discovered a magical cupboard, its shelves brimming with an array of mouth-watering sweets, each one radiating a unique, enchanting energy. The sweets glistened like precious gems, their colours and textures delighting the senses and beckoning them to taste the magic within. The woman and the dragon hesitated for a moment, their hearts swelling with curiosity and wonder. They knew they were on the cusp of a sweet enchantment, one that would surely create a heartwarming bonding experience with them. As they sampled the various confections, each treat revealed its magical property. The woman bit into a delicate, sugar-spun cloud, and a sense of weightlessness enveloped her, lifting her spirit high above the ground. The dragon, entranced by a crystalline toffee, found that each crunch imbued him with a warm, glowing light, illuminating the space around them. Together they shared a chocolate truffle filled with a velvety molten center, and as the luscious flavor melted upon their tongues, they felt their hearts connect, their souls intertwining like tender vines reaching towards the sun. They continued to explore the magical sweets, the flavors and sensations, painting their world with a kaleidoscope of enchantment. A plump, juicy gummy berry burst with the taste of laughter, filling the air with a cascade of giggles that echoed through the cottage. A silky, shimmering caramel ribbon spun a melody around them, weaving a symphony of harmony and joy. The woman and the dragon, wrapped in the warm embrace of their shared experience, felt a sense of tranquility descend upon them. Their connection deepened, their hearts bound together by the threads of the sweet enchantment that had filled their souls. As the hours passed, they continued to savor the magic of the cupboard, their spirits soaring higher and higher as if carried on the wings of a gentle breeze. The cottage around them seemed to shift and sway, its walls adorned with swirling patterns of light, as if painted by the very essence of the enchantment they'd consumed. At last, as the final morsel of sweetness dissolved upon their tongues, they felt a serene stillness wash over them. Their hearts beat in unison, a gentle rhythm that resonated throughout the cottage, sending ripples of peace and love into the surrounding forest. The woman and the dragon, their bond now stronger than ever, knew that they had been forever changed by the sweet enchantment they'd shared. They felt an indescribable gratitude for the magical cupboard and the wonders it had revealed, knowing that they would carry its gifts with them always. As they stepped back into the forest, the North Star shining brightly above them, the woman and the dragon felt their connection deepen, their souls intertwined like the roots of a wise ancient tree. They ventured deeper and deeper into the realm of enchantment, guided by the love and magic that had blossomed within them. As they drifted further into the embrace of dreams, as the woman and the dragon continued their magical journey, guided by the North Star, they found themselves wandering into a serene moonlit glade. The air was filled with the gentle fragrance of cherry blossoms, their delicate petals glowing softly in the silver light. The sight before them was mesmerizing, as if they had stumbled upon a secret paradise hidden from the world by a veil of enchantment. The cherry blossom trees stood tall and proud, their branches adorned with a tapestry of pink and white blossoms, swaying gently in the whispering breeze. They paused beneath the largest of the trees, its canopy of flowers cascading down around them like a rain of petals, each one glowing like a tiny ember in the moonlight. The woman and the dragon felt a sense of tranquility wash over them, their hearts filled with the beauty of the scene that unfolded before their eyes. As they settled down beneath the cherry blossom tree, they noticed a cozy little fireplace, its warm golden glow beckoning them to come closer. They approached the fireplace, the flickering flames casting a comforting light on their faces as they sat down, side by side, to share stories and wisdom by the fire. The woman spoke first, her voice soft and melodious, as she recounted tales of her village, the magical trees she had nurtured and the joy she found in their enchanting properties. The dragon listened intently, his large, gentle eyes shining with curiosity and admiration for the woman's gift. Next, the dragon shared his own stories, speaking of ancient legends and hidden realms that he had explored throughout his long life. His voice was deep and resonant, like the rumbling of distant thunder, yet soothing and comforting as the gentle patter of rain on a window pane. As the hours slipped away, the woman and the dragon became more and more absorbed in their conversation, the firelight reflecting in their eyes as they delved deeper and deeper into the realm of storytelling. Each tale they shared wove a silken thread of understanding and kinship between them, binding their hearts together in a tapestry of friendship and trust. As the night wore on, the cherry blossoms around them seemed to shimmer and dance in the moonlight, their petals spiraling gracefully through the air like a gentle snowfall. The world around them appeared to hold its breath, as if it too was listening to the tales of magic and wonder that were shared by the fire. The woman and the dragon found solace and comfort in each other's company, their bond strengthened by the wisdom and love that flowed through their stories. They felt a deep sense of gratitude for the enchanted glade and the cherry blossom tree that had provided them with such a serene and magical setting in which to share their hearts. As the first light of dawn began to paint the sky with delicate hues of pink and gold, the woman and the dragon prepared to continue their journey, their spirits lighter and their hearts fuller than ever before. They stepped out from beneath the cherry blossom tree, their souls intertwined like the roots of a wise ancient tree, as they ventured deeper and deeper into the embrace of dreams. On the next leg of their journey, the woman and the dragon found themselves at the edge of a serene, crystal clear pond. The surface of the water was perfectly still, reflecting the world around it like a mirror of liquid glass. As they approached the water's edge, the woman noticed an abundance of pink water lilies floating gracefully atop the shimmering surface. The woman was captivated by the gentle beauty of the water lilies, their soft, pink petals unfurling like a lover's embrace, their delicate fragrance wafted through the air, filling her senses with a sense of calm and tranquility. It was in that moment that she discovered the secret behind the pink water lilies. They were not ordinary flowers, but vessels of wisdom and insight. The woman decided to sit by the pond's edge, her heart drawn to the mystical power of the water lilies. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to slip into a meditative state. The soothing sound of the water softly lapping at the shore, guiding her deeper and deeper into a state of relaxation. As the woman's mind began to quieten, she became aware of a gentle presence, like a warm embrace enveloping her soul. The pink water lilies seemed to be whispering their wisdom to her, their voices soft and ethereal, like the rustling of silk against the breeze. Their words filled her with a newfound understanding, their insights illuminating her thoughts like a beacon of light in the darkness. The woman's meditation led her to experience dissociated viewing, her consciousness drifting effortlessly above her physical body, observing the world from a higher vantage point. She could see the interconnected web of life that bound all living things together, the invisible threads of love and understanding that wove the fabric of existence. As she continued to observe the world from this elevated perspective, the woman felt a profound sense of gratitude and awe for the beauty and complexity of creation. The pink water lilies had granted her the gift of wisdom, their gentle whispers guiding her towards a deeper understanding of the mysteries of life. The woman's meditation continued for what seemed like an eternity, her consciousness expanding and contracting like the ebb and flow of the ocean's tide. When she finally opened her eyes, she found herself back by the pond, the pink water lilies still floating gracefully upon the water's surface. She looked at the dragon, who had been patiently waiting by her side, and shared with him the wisdom and insight she had gained from the water lilies. The dragon listened intently, his eyes shining with admiration and respect for the woman's newfound understanding. As they continued their journey, the woman and the dragon carried with them the wisdom of the pink water lilies, their hearts filled with a deeper appreciation for the beauty and complexity of the world around them. The woman knew that through the gift of the water lilies, she had taken another step towards unraveling the magical adventure that lay ahead. And as they walked, the world seemed to blossom around them. The rich tapestry of life weaving its intricate patterns through their hearts and minds, as they ventured deeper and deeper into the realm of dreams and understanding. As the woman and the dragon wandered further into the enchanting realm, they encountered a small grey mouse with kind, wise eyes. The mouse sat upon a smooth rock, bathed in the soft glow of the sunlight filtering through the leaves of a nearby tree. Sensing their approach, the mouse turned to face them, and the woman could feel the depth of understanding radiating from the creature's gaze. The mouse introduced himself as the guardian of the mysterious message that had set them upon their magical journey. His voice was gentle and soothing, like the gentle rustling of leaves on a calm day. He explained that it was their intertwined destinies that had led them to this moment, and that the message had been a call for them to embark on a journey of self-discovery and growth. The woman listened intently, her heart swelling with the knowledge that she and the dragon were connected in a way that transcended time and space. The dragon, too, seemed to be filled with a sense of awe and wonder as the mouse revealed the thread of fate that had woven their lives together. The mouse then presented the woman and the dragon with a gift. A purple vase crafted from the most exquisite and delicate glass, its surface shimmering with the soft light of the sun. The vase was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to dance and swirl as the light played upon them, creating a mesmerizing display of colors and shapes. The mouse explained that the vase was a symbol of their journey together, a testament to the experiences they had shared and the wisdom they'd gained along the way. The vase held within it the essence of their bond, the love and trust that had grown between them as they ventured deeper and deeper into the magical world. As the woman and the dragon held the vase, they could feel the warmth and love that it represented, their hearts filling with gratitude for the mouse and the incredible journey they had embarked upon together. The woman thanked the wise mouse for his guidance and his gift, her voice thick with emotion as she expressed her appreciation for the role he had played in their adventure. With a gentle nod, the mouse wished them well on the remainder of their journey and encouraged them to continue exploring the magical realm, seeking out the wisdom and understanding that lay hidden within its depths. He assured them that they would always be connected through the shared experiences, and that the vase would serve as a reminder of the love and trust that bound them together. As the woman and the dragon continued on their journey, they carried with them the purple vase, its delicate surface reflecting the beauty of the world around them. They were grateful for the wisdom the wise mouse had imparted and the knowledge that they were connected through the mysterious message that had set them on this path. Together they ventured further into the realm, their hearts beating in unison as they delved deeper and deeper into the magical world. They were united by their shared experiences, the love that flowed between them and the profound understanding that they'd gained through their journey, becoming absorbed in the wonder and enchantment of their surroundings. And as they journeyed on, the soft moonlight caressed their path, guiding them ever onward, and the comforting embrace of the night wrapped around them like a loving shroud, lulling them into a peaceful, restful reverie. The time had come for the woman and the dragon to part ways, their magical journey drawing to a close. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in shades of pink and gold as they stood at the edge of the enchanted realm, preparing to say their tender farewells. As they gazed into each other's eyes, they could see the love and understanding that had blossomed between them throughout their adventures. The dragon lowered his majestic head, allowing the woman to wrap her arms around him in a warm, heartfelt embrace. Their connection had grown deep, rooted in trust and the shared wisdom they'd gained along the way. As they held each other, the dragon whispered his promise to the woman that they would meet again. The wind carried his words, softly brushing against her cheeks like a gentle caress, reassuring her that their bond would endure the test of time. The woman too made her promise, vowing to carry the memories of their journey in her heart, a beacon of light guiding her through life. With tears in her eyes, the woman released the dragon from her embrace, stepping back to take one last look at her beloved companion. The dragon's scales shimmered in the fading sunlight, a dazzling display of colour that seemed to dance and play upon his majestic form. As they stood there, time seemed to slow, the world around them fading into a gentle haze as they shared their final moments together. At last, the woman turned away, her heart heavy with the knowledge that their journey had come to an end. As she stepped through the threshold of the enchanted realm, she felt a wave of warmth and love envelop her, the essence of her connection with the dragon wrapping around her like a tender shroud. The woman found herself back in her village, the familiar sights and sounds of her home a stark contrast to the magical world she had left behind. As she walked through the streets, she could feel the transformation that had taken place within her. The wisdom and understanding she had gained on her journey shining like a beacon in her heart. She carried with her the purple vase, a symbol of her bond with the dragon and the experiences they had shared. Its delicate surface shimmered in the sunlight, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon the ground as she walked, a reminder of the love and trust that had bound them together. As the days passed, the woman found herself changed by her experiences, her heart filled with gratitude for the magical journey she had undertaken. The memories of her time with the dragon remained vivid in her mind, a comforting presence that guided her through the challenges of everyday life. In the quiet moments of the night, she would sit beneath the stars, the soft glow of the moon illuminating her surroundings. As she gazed into the vast expanse of the sky, she would remember the dragon and their promise to meet again, her heart swelling with the knowledge that their connection would endure, transcending time and space. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she would find herself becoming absorbed in the world of her dreams, a realm where she and the dragon could reunite, their spirits entwined in a dance of love and understanding that would guide her deeper and deeper into the realm of sleep. One day, while walking through the village, the woman came across a small sapling, its delicate leaves and buds hinting at the beauty it would one day become. She instantly recognized it as a cherry blossom tree, a symbol of the magical world she had journeyed through and the bond she had shared with the dragon. With tender care, the woman planted the sapling in her garden, a place of tranquility where the vibrant flowers and lush greenery created a sanctuary of peace and serenity. The cherry blossom tree would serve as a living reminder of the love and wisdom she'd gained on her journey, a beacon of light amidst the tapestry of life. As the days turned to weeks, the woman nurtured the sapling, watching as it grew taller and stronger, its branches reaching for the sky as if to touch the very heavens. The air around it seemed to hum with a subtle magic, as if the tree itself was infused with the essence of the enchanted realm she had once called home. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the woman settled beneath the cherry blossom tree, its branches now adorned with delicate pink blossoms. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance, a gentle perfume that enveloped her like a tender embrace, drawing her deeper and deeper into a state of relaxation. As she gazed upon the tree, its blossoms swaying gently in the evening breeze, she felt her connection with the dragon stir within her heart, a warm and loving presence that seemed to wrap around her like a soft, comforting blanket. The memories of their time together played through her mind, each one a precious treasure that she held close to her soul. With each breath, she felt her body grow heavier, sinking into the soft grass beneath her as she allowed herself to be enveloped by the gentle embrace of sleep. The world around her seemed to blur, the boundaries between the physical and the ethereal dissolving as she drifted further and further, deeper and deeper into the realm of dreams. Her surroundings transformed, taking on the hues and tones of the magical world she had journeyed through, the colours and textures blending together in a symphony of light and shadow. She felt the loving presence of the dragon, his essence intertwined with her own, as they danced together in a realm of infinite possibility and boundless love. As she drifted through this dreamscape, she felt her body relax, each muscle and tendon unwinding, as she surrendered herself to the tender embrace of sleep. Her breath grew deep and steady, each exhalation drawing her further and further, deeper and deeper into a place of peace and tranquility, where she could find solace and healing. The cherry blossom tree watched over her, its branches swaying gently in the night's embrace, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow upon her slumbering form. It stood as a testament to the love and wisdom she had gained, a symbol of the magical journey she had undertaken and the bond she shared with the dragon. And as the woman slept, her dreams carrying her deeper and deeper into the realm of tranquility, she knew that she would always carry the memories of her journey within her heart, a treasure trove of love and understanding that would guide her through the tapestry of life as she drifted and floated deeply and peacefully into slumberland.